That's it. It's Pod Blast time! That's right, it is Pod Blast time once again. Gonna have a somber start to the show, but I'm trying to keep it lively. This, of course, is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Specifically, pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what the Nostalgic Pod Blast is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome. I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. We've got a good one for you today, as Steve Harvey would say at the beginning of Family Feud. But in all somberness, we have very sad, breaking nostalgic pop culture news. Actor Mark Goddard passed away a few days ago, but it was reported today as we're live in October 2023. We will remember the life of Mark Goddard in a moment as we honor his life. Also, apparently, there are even more glaring, historically inaccurate errors in the second episode of Loki Season 2 on Disney Plus, which are even worse than the goof that I cited last week when I talked about Loki Season 2, Episode 1. Also, I have our regular features for you, like the old-fashioned expression of the week, the classic music video of the week, the TV cliche of the week, the fake rant of the week, the nostalgic treat of the week, and the nostalgic toy of the week, plus a fun trivia game I call Taglines, and this will be all about candy and bubblegum taglines in advertising that we grew up with. I name the tagline, and you try to guess the product. And I have clips of jingles, interviews with Mark Goddard, and others that we lost, and others that we celebrate, and other things pertaining to our topics tonight, and a lot of additional items for your ears coming up in this live edition of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. If you want to be a part of the program, you want to maybe call in to talk about Mark Goddard, Loki Season 2, your Halloween season traditions, or anything nostalgic, the number is 770-438-1050, or you can simply comment here in the live chat comment area with your thoughts. But let's begin with this. Mark Goddard, who was best known as Major Don West on classic Lost in Space by Irwin Allen, has died. Mark Goddard's fellow co-star of classic Lost in Space, Bill Mumy, who portrayed Will Robinson, issued this public statement today. Quote, I hate writing this. Rest in peace to Mark Goddard, a truly beloved friend and brother to me for 59 years. I knew this was coming for the past few months. Shortly after a great phone chat he and I had on his 87th birthday in late July 2023, I became aware that I would most likely never see or speak with him again. The last words we exchanged were, I love you. Mark's real name was Charles Harvey. Mine is Charles William. We called each other by those birth names often. We also called each other Captain Panther and Fox, based on the crude childhood comic books I wrote and drew in my spare time while filming Lost in Space. He and I had a lot of great memorable times together during the 3 years of filming the series. We got into some pretty goofy trouble. Mark was a truly fine actor, naturally gifted as well as trained. I know he sometimes felt constricted by the campy frame that Lost in Space constrained him within, but he also embraced and loved it. Mark was a sports nut. He passionately followed his Boston teams. He was a diehard Celtics fan. I'm a diehard Lakers fan. We teased each other about that classic rivalry, and we both had great respect for many of the players on the teams we rooted against. He was ridiculously handsome and eternally boyish. Mark was very funny and spontaneous. He enjoyed having a good time. My deepest condolences and love to Mark's amazing and strong wife, Evelyn, and his wonderful children, Melissa, known as Missy, Michael, Caleb, and John. There's a part of me that envisions him having a martini in heaven right now with Jonathan Harris, Kevin Burns, Guy Williams, and other comrades who left this world of woe before him. Interjecting here like Bob May, the gentleman inside the robot on Lost in Space. Getting back to the statement by Bill Mumy now, he says, "There's a part of me that believes he's in a better place now. A much better place. But I still hate writing this," unquote. Bill Mumy, Friday, October 13th, 2023. Mark's Lost in Space co-star Marta Kristen, who of course played Mark's character's love interest Judy Robinson, said this on Friday, October 13th, 2023. "My dear friend, Mark Goddard, has died. It's hard to believe that such a vibrant and crazily wonderful person has left our world. There was no one like him, and he will be deeply missed by me and all who met him. Mark, I cherish the times we spent together, even the bickering. I thank you for all the years of friendship. May the angels embrace you. May God enfold you, and may you rest in peace. Love, Marta," unquote. Wow. Mark's Lost in Space co-star Angela Cartwright, who also was in The Sound of Music, had this to say about Mark Goddard. "Bidding so long farewell to Mark Goddard, who stepped off this planet October 10th. I loved him as Major Don Crash West, but loved him also as a friend, a funny, quirky guy who always made me laugh on set and off. He was special with a big heart, and he'll be sorely missed. Sending love to his family and friends who adored him. Safe travels, my friend, as you are off to a better place," unquote. Now here's some background on the life of actor Mark Goddard. As you heard in Bill Mumy's statement, he was born Charles Harvey Goddard on Friday, July 24th, 1936 in Lowell, Massachusetts. Of course, Mark Goddard was the actor's professional name, who was best known for portraying Major Don West in the CBS series Lost in Space from Wednesday, September 15th, 1965, when it debuted, until September 11th, 1968, which was a rerun on that CBS television network. Throughout the entire CBS primetime run, the one-hour sci-fi adventure and comedy series Lost in Space aired Wednesday nights from 7:30 to 8:30. Mark Goddard was the youngest of 5 children. He was a Catholic. That's how he was raised. And Goddard led both his high school baseball and basketball teams to state championship finals. Goddard dreamed of becoming a basketball player, but eventually turned to acting. He originally attended the College of the Holy Cross after high school, but transferred and studied at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City. After 2 years, Mark Goddard moved to Los Angeles. In 1959, after just 3 weeks in Hollywood, he landed a role in the CBS 4-star television series titled Johnny Ringo, having played the character of Cully, the deputy to Don Durant's character of Ringo. At this time, he changed his name to Mark Goddard at the suggestion of his friend and mentor Chuck Connors of The Rifleman. Mark Goddard appeared as Norman Tabor in the 1960 episode titled Surprise Party of the CBS anthology series titled The DuPont Show with June Allison. And he was cast as Sheldon Hollingsworth in the 1960 episode titled To See the Elephant of the ABC Western series called The Rebel, starring Nick Adams, who sadly was murdered. Mark Goddard played Todd Rowland in the 1960 episode The Mormons on Dick Powell's Zane Grey Theater. Mark Goddard also appeared in The Rifleman as Marty Blair in 1962 in the episode Mark's Rifle. The Detectives, another production of 4-Star Television Production Company, was a hit series which ran on ABC and NBC between 1958 and 1962. Mark Goddard was signed for a role lasting 3 years, consisting of 64 episodes, playing Detective Sergeant Chris Ballard. Let's listen to how the opening and end titles to The Detective sounded. Now, this quality is a little sketchy. It's all I could find. It's obviously the source of this obviously is a VHS tape that wasn't tracked right. It was in stereo. But let me play for you now how this rare show, The Detective, sounded.
Robert Taylor in The Detectives has been brought to you by Crest with Fluoristan. Crest, the fluoride toothpaste that reduces cavities as no regular toothpaste can.
Look, Mom, no cavities.
Be sure to see The Rebel with Nick Adams starring as the Rebel every Sunday over most of these same...
There you go. The Detectives, starring Robert Taylor, was a popular police drama, which began as a half-hour show airing on ABC for 2 seasons, Fridays from 10 to 10:30, starting on October 16th, 1959, against the Gillette Cavalcade of Sports. And in its second ABC series, the Detectives battled a show called Michael Shane on NBC. The Detectives took on season 1 and 2 of The Twilight Zone on CBS before it was expanded to a 1-hour show for its third and final year on another network, NBC, starting on Friday, September 29th, 1961 at 8:30, with a new show title, now called Robert Taylor's Detectives. The regular actors were Robert Taylor as Detective Captain Matt Holbrook, Teague Andrews as Detective Lieutenant John Russo. He later would be the boss in the Mod Squad by Aaron Spelling and Leonard Goldberg. And he played a Klingon in the original Star Trek, T. Guy Andrews did, in the season 2 episode titled Friday's Child, which also had Julie Newmar in it, after she'd given up the role of Catwoman in Batman, which was in its 3rd season at that time when that Star Trek aired. But getting back to the Detectives, or should I say Robert Taylor's Detectives on NBC, Russell Thorson played Detective Lieutenant Otto Lindstrom. And of course, Mark Goddard was Sergeant Chris Ballard. Big screen star Robert Taylor played a humorless, hard-nosed, doggedly effective captain on a big city police force in this unassuming series. Taylor's character, Detective Captain Matt Holbrook, led a team of 3 plain-clothed detectives. The show ended its NBC run on September 21st, 1962, which was a rerun, but that counts since it was a network airing in my book. NBC had scheduled the show against season 2 of a very popular animated comedy classic, The Flintstones, and the first half of 77 Sunset Strip, which at that time was in its 4th of 6 seasons on ABC. And The Detectives was opposite season 2 of another popular show, Route 66 on CBS, both of which were very tough ratings competitors. After the end of The Detectives, Mark Goddard acted as a guest star in many shows. In 1963, Mark Goddard appeared as Roy Mooney in the Perry Mason episode titled The Case of the Potted Planter. Excuse me. In 1964, Mark Goddard appeared as Richard on NBC's 90-minute full-color western, The Virginian, in the episode titled The Secret of Bryn Mawr Hall. That same year, he guest starred as a wild killer named Boyd in an episode of a show. I'm sorry. The same year, 1964, Mark Goddard guest starred as a wild killer named Boyd in the episode titled Journey for Three in the TV Western Gunsmoke, which was specifically season 9, episode 36. Mark Goddard's next role was Major Don West on Lost in Space from 1965 through 1968. And a blossoming romance initially existed between the character Major Don West and Judy Robinson, the elder daughter of the Robinson family, played by blonde beauty Marta Kristen. But by the middle of the 2nd season, that's not true. I'm reading from notes from Wikipedia. Because it says, in the middle of the 2nd season, West maintained an adversarial relationship with the hapless, sociopathic Dr. Zachary Smith, portrayed by special guest star Jonathan Harris. What's not true is, no, from the get-go, they had an adversarial relationship between those two characters. Even in the 3rd episode, he has a line, Don West to Professor John Robinson, about Dr. Smith: "Don't trust him. He's as slippery as a bucket of eels." And the 3rd episode titled Island in the Sky, which I have on 16mm film, a gorgeous print of that, as well as Blu-ray. And it's streaming. You can find it on many streaming platforms as well. The original Lost in Space, which is now owned by Disney because they bought out 20th Century Fox. And there was a really good black and white Lost in Space where Don West got physical with Dr. Smith, getting him in a headlock and almost snapping his head off and choking him out in an episode which is a great solo story for Marta Kristen's character, Judy Robinson, Attack of the Monster Plants. Don West gets very angry with Dr. Smith. So to heck with this Wikipedia article. It wasn't the middle of the 2nd season that started going on. Anyway, I do want to play a couple clips from an episode of Lost in Space titled The Hungry Sea, which was the 5th episode, and it's got original, at the time, John Williams music in it. This episode concluded the story arc of the pilot that Irwin Allen directed titled No Place to Hide, which was filmed in January 1965. Lost in Space premiered on September 15th, 1965, and what they did was add 2 characters, the robot and Dr. Zachary Smith. In the original pilot, they didn't exist. It was just the family and Major Don West piloting the Jupiter 2. So what they did was they added padding of new material, new scenes, new stories in a 5-episode arc. And then in the 8th episode, they featured some aliens that were featured at the very end of the unaired pilot, No Place to Hide, which has, of course, since surfaced. So here's the 5th episode. What's happening is, all right, the ship crash landed on a planet that Will Robinson named Pre-Planus, the 3rd episode. The 4th episode featured a giant that you saw in the pilot, a Cyclops, that was featured on lunchboxes and other merchandising products like the board game of Lost in Space. Should have had that in the background. I have it, and I have the lunchbox too. But by the 5th episode, they've discovered, John Robinson did, that the planet they're on, it has a strange orbit. It's a flat orbit. So it's going to come in close to the sun and burn them up, and then later go away from the sun and freeze them to death unless they have shelter in the Jupiter 2 or somewhere else. Turned out later in the show, in the first season, there's an underground civilization of warriors that they encountered. But that's another story. I digress. In this clip, in the 5th episode, they've survived the giant. They're in their chariot vehicle, which is like a giant SUV, a super deluxe SUV. And they're trying to escape the cold before they realize, thanks to the robot, that this planet has this funky orbit, and they're about to get roasted alive. They've already crossed a frozen sea, which will become a thawed out frozen mass and a sea again. So they're going to have to cross the sea. And along the way, there's perils like earthquakes and all sorts of stuff. But I love this scene because there were a couple episodes where Major Don West and Professor John Robinson, the leader of the Robinson family and the leader of the expedition, were at odds with each other and had arguments with each other, including this excellent episode, which I have on 16 millimeter film, Big Whoop. And I want to play a couple clips from that episode, if you'll allow me to do so. Here's clip 1.
Hours, we're going to be in danger of roasting alive. And there's no time to get back to the ship. We're going to have to build a shelter right here.
Do you mean to say you're going to pay any attention to what Smith says after all he's done?
Who cares what he's done? These are facts.
Are they? The man's a pathological liar. Now, what makes you think he's suddenly reformed? Do you think he lit the finger to save our lives? Now, we were headed south. I say we keep going that way.
And you're in no position to give orders.
Oh, but you are. It's too bad there isn't judgment to go along with that self-confidence.
Now, that's enough out of you. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to try to save your life, along with the others. We get that shelter rigged now.
Boy, Dad, you really met him out.
John Robinson litters. He throws this readout
Don't just sit there. We've got to help put up a shelter.
on the ground with the planet.
Okay.
Here's clip 2 from that same episode.
Can I help?
Oh, I gave you a start.
You gave me something of a start yourself, back there.
Like father, like daughter. Now it's your turn, is that it?
You were the one who started everything.
Can't you ever conceive of your father being wrong?
Of course, only this time I don't think he is.
Oh, I see. Now you're the ultimate computer. All the answers at your fingertips.
I don't have any answers right now. Not for anything.
Like a marriage proposal. All right, now just 2 more clips of this. It's from the same episode. I just love this acting.
If we'd have kept going south, we wouldn't have any...
Just help me get that shield up. And for your information, felt that quake no matter how far we'd gone.
Those faults went all through this area.
Don't bother convincing me. I'm not a geologist. I'm a pilot.
Well, I am a geologist. That quick freeze filled those faults with ice and expanded them. A sudden thaw produced a slippage. We're liable to have more quakes. Let me have it here.
Here, now, pull it.
Satisfied?
Yeah.
Here comes the sun overhead. It's going to fry the family.
Here it comes. Boy, now get under there. Get the center. Stay over the shade. Keep your faces covered.
Cover your heads now.
Done?
I got her.
All right. Get on.
Talk about a sizzle reel. No, this is serious. And how about that music by John Williams? Final clip from that episode.
I know you're in command, but I'm as interested in staying alive as anyone.
You've got no right to take apart that robot.
Now, take it easy. We'll go back together again.
But Dad,
Now, are you going to let me handle this? All right, Don. Why?
That ice we crossed is a full-fledged sea line now. If we're going to sail the chariot across it, I want to make sure everything's battened down, and that includes this animated hunk of machinery.
he's not an animated hunk of machinery. He's a robot.
Now, Don's worried about this. It's going to have to be packed away for the trip.
Gosh.
All right, go ahead. But I want to get back before dark, so hurry.
Well, we can't leave right away. Well, I want to break the solar batteries down and realign them.
How long will that take?
2 hours, maybe more.
No dice. We've got to get out of here.
Another order?
You can take that any way you like.
All right. But I won't guarantee we get there.
So there it is. The inland sea. Hang on.
Oh, I messed up. I shouldn't have. I wanted to play a little bit more of that John Williams score, but I messed up. What happens in the next scene is that Major Don West almost drowns. They encounter a whirlpool. But what was kind of silly, Irwin Allen directed it, and it was a really fine pilot. But the chariot has clear windows around it, and you see a shot where you know, to show that Major West hasn't really drowned, a big wave of water comes overhead, and he goes, ah, and he falls off of the top of the chariot. But you see one little shot of a hand grabbing like the top of the chariot to let the kids in the audience know, oh, he's okay. Well, why wouldn't they have seen him? There weren't curtains up. It's clear glass all around. Anyway, little nitpick there. You know, they would have seen that he's okay. But Goddard also guest starred on 3 ABC television series. The Fugitive in season 2 of that program in an episode titled Fun and Games and Party Favors. He was in the Mod Squad on ABC. He was in The Fall Guy on ABC, which I have on 16mm film, in the season 3 premiere, which guest starred Lindsay Wagner as well. And for a while, he moonlighted as a Hollywood agent. In 1976, Mark Goddard starred as politician Edward Fleming in the movie Blue Sunshine. In 1970, Mark Goddard co-starred with Kent McCord and Martin Milner in an episode of Adam 12, in which he played a friend of Pete Malloy, who was killed in the line of duty. The episode was titled Elegy for a Pig, so titled and announced by Jack Webb himself. Mark Goddard also played Ellie Mae's beau on the Beverly Hillbillies. He played a salesman. Mark Goddard played a supporting role in a 1974 episode of CBS's Barnaby Jones, a QM production, in an episode titled Dark Legacy. Goddard played a supporting role as an attorney in a first season episode of NBC's Quincy, starring Jack Klugman. And in 1978, Mark Goddard starred with Liza Minnelli on Broadway in the musical The Act. I did not know that. Did you know that? He acted on Broadway in New York. In 1979, Mark Goddard was in the disco movie Roller Boogie featuring Linda Blair from The Exorcist and Jim Bray. And he starred as Ted Clayton on One Life to Live, the soap opera. And he played Lieutenant Paul Reed on The Doctors soap opera. Mark Goddard portrayed a U.S. Senator in a Season 2 episode of BJ and the Bear titled Siege, which also guest starred Marky Post, Jeffrey Lewis, who is Juliette Lewis's late father, Parley Bear, and Charles Napier as BJ's nemesis, Hammer, a renegade trucker. Charles Napier was also in The Cable Guy. Sing us a song! He played that cop in The Cable Guy, and he was in the original Star Trek episode playing a space hippie, The Way to Eden from Season 3. His name was Adam. Anyway, but I have that episode and all the BJ and the Bears. I recorded them off WWOR in 1995, and they aired them uncut at over 48 minutes in length, except in some cases for the little 30-second trailer before the opening credits. But that episode that Mark Goddard acted in, Siege, was actually a pretty serious one where the Country Comfort truck stop is taken over by T's. You know, I don't want to say the word, but, you know, think 9/11, you know, the bad guys. Yeah, it's taken over. And, you know, he's a senator. He's got a bomb strapped to him. Mark Goddard's character does, the senator. They strap a bomb to his chest. I shouldn't say this. God, the bots are going to think this is some political show or something. But that episode of BJ and the Bear Siege aired on Saturday, January 19th, 1980 on NBC. Mark Goddard starred as Derek Barrington on General Hospital on ABC Daytime. And he made a cameo appearance in the reboot Lost in Space 1998 motion picture, which actually took down Titanic, or Titanic as I jokingly call it, which had been at #1 for weeks and months until Lost in Space, the movie, knocked it out of the #1 spot at the box office. But Mark Goddard played a general in charge of the Jupiter mission and the superior officer to his former character, Major Don West, in that movie. He was not in the Netflix series, as some people have claimed. On October 16th, 1997, Goddard and the rest of the surviving cast appeared on the inside cover of TV Guide to promote the feature film of Lost in Space. Mark Goddard, along with Jonathan Harris and the rest of his cast, were planning in 2002 for the movie titled Lost in Space, The Journey Home, to air on NBC, which never came to fruition. Mark Goddard finished college 30 years after beginning his studies and received his master's degree in education from Bridgewater State College. From 1991 through at least 2009, he served as a special education teacher at the F.L. Chamberlain School in Middleborough, Massachusetts, where he taught an acting class. In 2009, Mark Goddard released an autobiographical memoir titled To Space and Back. While at Bridgewater State College, Mark Goddard met his third wife, English professor Evelyn Pezulik. The couple had one child named John. His second wife, actress Susan Anspach, Anspach, that's how you spell her last name, brought 2 children to their marriage. Mark Goddard's first marriage was to Marcia Rogers in 1960, which lasted until their divorce in 1968, the year the Lost in Space went off the air. And the couple had 2 children, Melissa and Michael Goddard. Mark Goddard sadly died from pulmonary fibrosis in Hingham, Massachusetts on Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, at the age of 87. Want to play a couple clips pertaining to Mark Goddard? You'll hear him in his own words. This one I think is only 45 seconds long. This first clip is not very long. And let me find it. Well, you know what? Let's listen to this little piece from MeTV.
Yes, sirree. Well, son, I can tell from the way you handle that rifle, you must be a crackerjack shot. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll load that rifle up and we'll show the folks just how good you are. How about that? How do you do if I may have a few moments of your time?
Beverly Hillbillies.
How do you do if I may have a few hours of your time? Yeah, I know you know how to pull the trigger, but what I mean is we'd learn how to shoot some rabbits or something we can cook and put in our bellies. You know, I'm sick and tired of that jerky.
Melinda Tarr was telling my
Now, it's a
secretary-
lie. Whatever Melinda says about Andrea and me.
Why would she lie?
Because she's jealous. For no good reason at all. Just kid gossip, so don't go making something out of my being here.
I should never have volunteered to go on this perilous journey.
You didn't volunteer, Smith. You were ordered by me. Check the inside temperature again.
That was from 4 years ago in MeTV. I didn't like that line about the rabbits because I one of my pets, my main pet at the moment is a rabbit. But that was very well done. Here's the clip that I wanted to play. It's actually under 2 minutes long. Let's listen to Mark Goddard right here.
You guys know this clip, right? Fans know him as Don West from the 60s cult classic Lost in Space. And this weekend you can meet Mark Goddard. He's here for Starfest to tell us more. He's sitting right next to me. This is an honor for me, to be quite honest with you. You know, I love this stuff. Is it weird to still be talking about a show that went off the air 50 years ago?
Well, it is, because, you see, people can figure my age out by this. 50 years later.
And you were 5 when you did the show.
And I was 5. So, no, I was 28. I'll be 79 next month.
Pretty crazy how long it's stuck around. What do you think about this weather here in Denver, by the way?
It's great.
Yeah?
I love it. Because I just came from Boston, where I had 5 feet of snow on my roof.
Oh, man.
And had to get a fireman to come and shovel it off. Well, you guys know all about that, you know. And earlier you mentioned about slushy, slippery, slopey, slippy, slushy, and all that. You didn't have this, though.
What is that?
That would be hail.
Oh, wow.
They say sometimes hail comes. No, it's not.
But that's the size you had out there in Boston?
No, we didn't get hail. We don't get hail. You get it in the Midwest.
Yeah.
But they say sometimes they're the size of golf balls.
Yeah, there you go.
I wouldn't like that. But it was funny, when we were driving here, you know how snow will get on the top of cars, you know, like that much. And we're coming, and the driver bringing me here, he had to stop at a red light, and all the snow came down like an avalanche. So I had my first Colorado avalanche.
We all know that really well. We don't have a ton of time here, but I just want to talk about Starfest. You're going to be at Starfest at the Tech Center this weekend. Pretty cool event.
It's great, yeah. And we have Richard Dean Anderson's going to be there from MacGyver. He was MacGyver and also Sherlock. And we have some people from Star Trek are going to be there, and it's a great con. First time I've been in Denver, so I'm excited about being here.
Well, welcome. It's starfestdenver.com is the website. You can buy tickets online. Thank you so much.
It's great.
Welcome to Denver.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be right back after this.
The clip he was talking about was from the second color episode, For What It's Worth, titled Wild Adventure. I have that on 16mm film also, with really nice color. Now I want to play. This was a piece from 1991, which I recorded. I found it on YouTube, though. Mine is in much better quality. This is going to sound a little hot, slightly distorted, but it's still more than audible. This was a nice piece on a syndicated show that came and went called Total Recall. And this clip is 6 minutes long, but you'll hear from Crash West and his fellow cast members of the original Lost in Space. I just loved it, including Jonathan Harris, Dr. Zachary Smith. Let's listen.
Is there other intelligent life in the universe? Will we ever live on another planet? Our imaginations began to wander more boldly, and on September 15th, 1965, an unusual television program took us out to space and left us there.
Warning. Vehicle velocity now equivalent to speed of light. Velocity now increasing beyond EM radiation speed.
first show of its type. It not only combines science fiction, but science fantasy, a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, camp.
On September 15th, 1965, a new television family blasts into our living rooms. But unlike Father Knows Best or Leave It to Beaver, this family show takes place in outer space. Its 5-year mission to boldly go where no family has gone before, to the Alpha Centauri star system.
The Robinson family was selected from more than 2 million volunteers for its unique balance of scientific achievement, emotional stability, and pioneer resourcefulness.
The twist to this soapbox clan is that the space family Robinson is trapped in outer space after an evil stowaway sabotages their spaceship.
The meteor's clubbing us. Our whole control system's badly damaged.
You're supposed to be a space pilot and qualified. Improvise something. Turn us around and get us back to Earth.
Every week, Dr. Zachary Smith tries to make a deal with some form of extraterrestrial intelligence to get him back to Earth without the Robinsons. But his plans never work out.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Zachary Smith.
What is it you want?
Surely it would be a very small matter indeed for you to make arrangements to return me to Earth.
Dr. Smith, I created him, you know, from nothing. He was not meant to be what you ultimately saw. He was meant to be a deep-dark, snarling villain. I didn't find that very palatable. I don't think it's a nice thing to watch every week, a war kind of man. So I began to sneak in little comedic bits.
In a trice, I shall be ready to fight my weight in tigers. Oh, dear.
Will really did love Dr. Smith, even though, I was constantly making excuses. Will was constantly making excuses for him to get him out of the frying pan, so to speak.
Dr. Smith gave it to that old mining engineer.
If only I hadn't done it. It's all up with us now because of me. I couldn't find it on the junk pile. I found it on a central astrolator.
Well, I think you better get right up there and tell them what you did.
I can't do it now. I'm strapped in.
Well, then unstrap and get right up there.
I had an affection for him, even though he did frustrate me a lot. That's what we sort of played.
Actually, I patterned him on every kid I'd ever known.
Delicious. I'll take some Polito. No, William. I was just arranging these lovely things.
The storylines are bizarre and for the most part silly, but the formula works. For 3 seasons, the Robinsons and their stowaway come across threatening situations with monsters and other alien life forms. Each week, their spacecraft malfunctions and they land on a new planet, hoping one day it will be Earth. And each series ends with a cliffhanger, always bringing the viewer back the following week.
Gene Lockhart dubbed me Crash West because in order for us to have a segment every week on a different planet, we had to land somewhere and we had to crash. And I was the pilot, so I was Crash West.
Try number 5 now. It's working.
It was a fun show to shoot. I mean, we always had a great time. We loved being drenched by the water and had rocks thrown at us. I got to do wonderful things like push a button and the food all came out already prepared.
There now.
Really? Some of our monsters were fabulous. Wonderful monsters.
My favorite show was something called The Vegetable Rebellion, in which Jonathan played a stalk of celery, and one actor was dressed as a carrot. And every time anybody sat down, they took root.
Everyone had to kind of react normally and play it straight to like this guy who was a talking carrot.
Why change Dr. Smith into a stalk of celery? And what do you think you're going to do with my parents and Penny and Dawn? Why can't you
Doctor. Just be satisfied to be what you are and let us be what we are.
But Lost in Space's 5-year mission ends abruptly in the fall of 1968. The series ends like all of the other episodes, unresolved.
I picked up the New York Times and quickly turned to the television page. Lost in Space canceled. I was absolutely aghast.
You know, it was hot. It had romance, it had drama, it had great special effects, it had that fabulous set. The music was wonderful. There was such a potential, and it was a wonderful experience for all of us.
Oh, they cut the end. They cut the end. There was a little piece. I have it on video. I taped it way back then. There was a nice little summary. But there was some BS in there. There wasn't a 5-year mission. That's Star Trek. Unless I'm wrong, someone out there correct me. And it wasn't every week that Dr. Zachary Smith made a deal with some alien. It was often, for sure, but not every week. And there wasn't a cliffhanger after every episode, because in season 3, the show format changed and there was no cliffhanger to be continued the following week. Lost in Space began before Batman did. Batman on ABC, another 20th Century Fox show shot on the same lot as Lost in Space, kind of copied Lost in Space's cliffhanger ending. Although that had been around in serials, in the movie. So, you know, I guess it can't be laid claim that Lost in Space started the cliffhanger, but on television, it kind of did. So we're talking TV here. Here's another clip. This is from 1997. This is brief, and then we're going to move on and talk about Loki Season 2 in just a moment, and some major screw-ups I noticed in terms of the props and some other things, and some illogical, or gaps in logic, very illogical things that happened in Loki Season 2, Episode 1 and 2. But let's listen to Mark Goddard, interviewed in Australia, where Lost in Space has been popular for decades, since it went off the air in 1968. I mean, there's conventions. I think it was in prime time in reruns through the 1990s. Should have researched that, but I don't know the exact time it stopped running in prime time, but it was running in the 90s, in prime time, and in the 80s and the 70s. It is a penal colony originally, folks. Australia. I'm just kidding. I love Australia. Let's listen now to Mark Goddard, interviewed in Australia in 1997.
Don West, or at least his alter ego, Mark Goddard, ladies and gentlemen.
Warning, alien approaching. Warning, alien approaching.
You know, that's not an easy thing to do, is it? John Williams did that, and it's not easy. You know, watching that clip, Carrie Ann High.
It's lovely to have you with us,
Sorry,
Mark.
I'm just taken by this guy. You know what? You've been hanging around with William Shatner too long. You're getting a little bit heavy there, robot.
Affirmative.
Yeah, he's a good robot. But I couldn't help watching, and I haven't seen that clip for 32 years, I guess. Wow. And I was laughing backstage because, I mean, it's endearing to my heart when I said, get down, that's an order, you know? It's like, wow, it's so long ago.
What I was amazed at when I was reading the brief, that Alpha, you know, the spaceship set off to Alpha Centauri in 1997.
Right.
Like, it's 1997 now,
Right.
and do you feel as if you have arrived, Mark?
Geez, I'm not sure. You know, in the date of 1997 is October 16th. That's our fictional date, and there's going to be a lot of parties in the States celebrating that date. Because that's our fictional day of taking off, so it's pretty exciting. You know, it's 32 years ago, and it's kind of ancient history, and what I'm really excited about now is the movie that's coming out with William Hurt, who plays Professor Robinson, and Mimi Rogers plays Maureen, and Gary Oldman plays Dr. Smith. He's going to be just wonderful as Dr. Smith, and my part's being created by Matt LeBlanc of Friends, so we've got a great cast, and to top it all off, I do a cameo in the movie, which is great, and I'm looking forward to seeing the movie.
Excellent. So how do you feel walking back onto something that you created in this multi-million-dollar movie?
Yeah, $77 million movie. Well, I feel fortunate to have done a part in it, you know, and have been part of it in its history. And I did the part because it's kind of a tribute to the film and to the fans to say, hey, you know, this is 32 years later, and that slender tone has kept me looking pretty good, and that's...
You were watching. Now, Mark, we know it was a pioneer. It was a year before Star Trek. So you pioneered space television shows as well as the scientific sci-fi type special effects. But when you see, just for instance, what this new movie is going to be like, being on the set, your memories of the sci-fi stuff you were trying to create.
Wow. 32 years ago, it was like a lot of firecrackers going off all the place, and you had to go left and right, and the camera would tilt as you went. And Irwin Allen, who was the producer, would hit this tin can, and he'd go to the left. Then the tin can, he'd go to the right. So, you know, that's the spaceship going all over the place, and that's how we did it. And, of course, June Lockhart called me Crash West because each week we had to have a new show, so I had to crash the spaceship onto a new planet every week. And so it was raw, but we had some good values in the movie, I mean, in the television series. And I think in the movie they're going to really have even more of what is happening with people today.
Now, the robot we mentioned, of course, you know, so many of us are familiar with the robot. But I mean, like all mechanical things, did it always perform properly? Were there any problems?
I'll tell you one problem we had. If you take a minute. When Dr. Smith took over the robot to destroy the whole family, the family that he never had, so he was very jealous of that, he wanted to show us, the family, how you know, powerful this robot was. And so he took one of the space helmets that we wore into space, and what we did in the scene, Smith said, "Robot, crush this helmet." And he put the helmet in here, and robot held it like that between his pincers, right? And then we cut and we all freeze. Then they take the real helmet out and they put an eggshell helmet in that he can just pop. They put it in, and they say, "Okay, action," and the robot's there with this helmet, and you hear from the inside of the robot, he couldn't crush it, you know. I broke up. We were all laughing, you know. Oh. He couldn't crush it, so they cut and they did it again. He found he could break it.
You had a fairly, on camera with Zachary Smith, a very prickly relationship because he was a naughty, naughty guy, stowaway.
Yeah.
What was it like off camera?
All right, we're going to pick up there. And then we're going to move on to Loki Season 2. As we remember, Mark Goddard, who passed away on October 10th, 2023. And this interview is from October 1997. Here's the rest of it.
What was it like off camera?
With Jonathan?
Yeah. Jonathan Harris, who played Dr. Zachary Smith.
Jonathan and I get along very well. He's a wonderful man. He worked very hard in the part. We had a lot of laughs, and we still do when we get together. We share memories, and we really have a good time. On the show, though, when I was doing the show, my friendship was with Billy Mooney, because I like to do practical jokes. And Billy Mooney, being a child, I figured if I did something that was funny, you know, and I shouldn't have done, I wouldn't get in trouble unless Billy got in trouble, and they can't get him in trouble because he's only 12 years old, you know. So Billy and I used to have some fun doing things, practical jokes on the cast, and especially this guy. We locked him in here one day, and he couldn't get out. He was smoking a cigar inside the robot. We locked him in. We all went to lunch.
No,
and there was a guy in there.
You locked him in?
We locked him in. We told the prop guy that was supposed to get him out, he said, "Go to lunch. He's going to come to lunch with us." And we locked him, and he couldn't get out. He can't get out without somebody doing it. So he's in there smoking a cigar. We came back from lunch, and it's exploding. The whole thing's on fire, and the smoke's coming up, and he was so sick. And we undid it, and I let him out, and Bob May, who was inside the robot, cut his head up. He said, oh, God, Mark, thank you. Just saved my life. I said, yeah, Bob, anytime.
Yeah, and he never knew. And he never knew.
He knows now.
Whoa. Now, when you look back at the whole experience, you finished Lost in Space. You've been in more than 500 other television shows.
Yeah.
You went to Broadway, worked with the likes of Liza Minnelli.
Right.
Did you enjoy the Broadway experience?
I loved it. That was one of my greatest experiences working that year with Liza Minnelli. It was directed by Martin Scorsese. Then after that, I did One Life to Live. I did General Hospital, and it was interesting because your previous guest, he was saying the things that I believe in a lot, even though I don't follow that, you know, to the rule.
Dr. Deepak Chopra.
But I followed my own bliss, and I became a teacher. After, when I was 55, I went back to college, got my master's in education. I work with kids with behavioral problems, damaged kids back in Massachusetts. And so I made a choice, and hopefully that choice is going to impact others. But just like he was talking about, yeah.
Well, so you became a teacher.
I'm a
Is that what
teacher.
you spend most of your time now doing?
All my time. Except I get away, with something like this because I'm doing the movie.
So you didn't want to follow that Hollywood experience. How do you look back at that Hollywood experience
Hollywood
now?
experience was great. I did it for 32 years. But I just felt that, going through, my last 20 or 30 years of my life, I just figured that I wanted to do something that would maybe impact some young people because I really believe in young people.
Because you were very friendly with people like Aaron Spelling.
He was producer of my first show. Yeah.
Because a lot of people come out of that and feel as if their careers have been stifled and, they didn't enjoy a lot of the quality person in Hollywood. That wasn't your feeling?
No, Hollywood treated me very well. It's just that, honestly, I was 55. I'm 61 now. I was 55 then when I made the choice. And I didn't want to really become an aging actor looking for that next job. I don't know how much, and I had good celebrity. I could have done some work, but I figured I had too much to give that I could, work with children and maybe get some kids started in the right ways,
But most importantly, in the series, you and Judy were... Oh, did you ever
were we
get
ever?
together? Come on, you didn't want to ask whether he and Judy really... Remember Judy there? Well,
she's beautiful.
happened?
Well, I mean, if she and I didn't get together, there'd be something wrong with me. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with me. Judy, she's a beautiful young lady. Look at that face. Beautiful. She was about 20. She was married, and I was married. So we really couldn't consummate any kind of relationship because I think we were attracted to each other without a doubt. But we didn't do anything about it. We just didn't. We respected each other's, spouses and where we were at. And though we had that crush, it's just a crush. That happens, and, we just didn't follow it through.
And did you ever land on Alpha Centauri?
No, thank God we didn't, because now they're going to make the movie. If we had landed, where does the movie go? Now the movie's going to go up there, and they won't land either. Hopefully, so I can do the sequel.
We must tell Australia that you can catch Mark and, of course, the robot here. There's some tour dates up there. Blast Off Movie Night, Bankstown Sports, the big convention, Collectibles Fair, Parramatta. I think it's going to be so much fun. And what a delight. All these years I grew up...
Warning, alien approaching.
Yeah, it's Chip. Okay, but folks, watch this. Watch this. Do the warning, warning, warning. Alien approaching.
Warning, warning, alien approaching.
If I could do this to Jeff Harvey.
Oh, that's it. Look at
If I could just find Jeff's battery pack. I think it comes in a can of VB somehow. But anyway, Mark, what a treat to meet you.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been great. I love Australia, and I love all the people here. It's been great, and if they can come down and see me at one of those events, it'd be terrific. I love to speak to them and, sign pictures for them and all that, so it's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Goddard.
Thank
and, of
you
course,
very
the
much.
robot.
Thought that was a great interview. Wonderful interview there. I met him. Anyone that's listening, for the viewer on YouTube or Facebook Live, I'm showing an autographed picture that I had the honor of having signed by Mark Goddard and Marta Kristen. And he was a really nice guy. I met him a couple times. Way back in 1990. I'm giving myself away for being an old fart. And then I met him in 1998, I want to say. Met him several times. Very nice guy. In all sincerity, I want to say, not that he can hear me, but I want to put this out there. Rest in eternal peace, Mark Goddard. You are truly immortal on film, in pop culture lore and history, and in our hearts. Bye for now. Item. Let's get a bit happier and talk about Loki Season 2 on Disney Plus. And shifts gears a little bit. We all knew it would happen, as Bill Mumy said, but it's really sad when that day comes. He wasn't a family member, but man, I must be in Arrested Development. I've been watching Lost in Space as far back as I can remember. Man, on 16mm film and Blu-ray and streaming. I put new things in my head. Believe me, I'm always researching, always reading, always studying, but always have a soft spot for Lost in Space and for Mark Goddard and the other actors on that show. And I want to mention before we move on to Loki, I'm backtracking here. In that 5th episode that I played clips from, The Hungry Sea, there's a cool moment where Mark Goddard's character, Major West, shoots the robot. And the robot deflates, his legs go flat. Anyway, you've probably seen it. It's been out since October 1965. But I just love that episode on film. It's really special. I'm so glad I got to have a film print of that episode and a lot of the earlier black and white episodes and the key color episodes as well. Let's listen to now a trailer, just 45 seconds, for Disney Plus's Loki Season 2.
What I'm about to tell you is going to be hard to believe again. I've been pulled through time between the past and the present and the future.
Everything is turning to
That's right.
Don't overthink it.
Round, around, and around we go. All right. Again.
I like Loki a lot, and I love the MCU. Big fan of Disney Plus, but I got issues with Loki Season 2. Last week, I reported to you that the show made a pretty... it's a small error. I'm gonna step back. I was gonna say it's a rather large error. It's a small error, and it was magnified in the 2nd episode of Season 2 of Loki. Get to that in a second. But in case you missed last week's show about Elizabeth Shue turning 60, among other topics, I did talk about how at the very end, and this is not a spoiler if you hadn't seen it, trust me, there's a mistake. And the mistake was, it shows a McDonald's in 1982, and there's no tin ashtrays on the tables. Well, the historically inaccurate errors continue in the 2nd episode of Loki Season 2, and this time it's a far worse mistake than omitting ashtrays on the set of a 1982 McDonald's. I shot a video in March of 1988, when I was 17, I'm an old fart, at Perimeter Mall here in the Atlanta, Georgia area, which I still have, where you see McDonald's tin ashtrays with the little arch, the M arch, on each and every table. So that was a minor gripe. But there should have been prop ashtrays on that 1982 McDonald's set, seen at the very end of Loki Season 2, Episode 1. Well, you see even more of that 1982 McDonald's set in Episode 2 of Season 2 of Loki. But something I suspected was confirmed thanks to a guy named Jack Lescamella, who eloquently commented in a Facebook post by this guy, Scooter Parker. His real name is Josh. And here's the quote. When I said they left out the ashtrays, that what a screw up. And he said, nobody effed up. He didn't say F. They don't want them in there by design. And then he helped me out by posting several articles in the thread, such as this one. And this is from Friday the 13th of all days, 2015. I started thinking, I don't remember seeing anyone smoking cigarettes or even a cigar in a Disney-owned Marvel product, whether it's a streaming show or a motion picture. Now, Wolverine smokes cigars, but that is in the X-Men, which until recently was owned by 20th Century Fox, a different studio. So Logan, the very serious movie about Wolverine that Fox did, doesn't count because that was not a Disney property. Here's the article that this guy, Jack, I don't know him, Lescamella, the S might be silent. I don't know. His last name is spelled Lescamela. Sorry if I butchered your last name, probably did, where he said, Chance, nobody fucked up. They don't want them in there by design, meaning the ashtrays. And so he posted several articles, and I'm grateful for him to do it, for doing so. It proved my point of what I thought when I remembered, man, I don't remember seeing any tobacco use. Maybe in Deadpool, but that was an R-rated movie, and I don't think that was Disney, was it? I don't think that was Disney. No, that was Fox. Okay, here's the article, and this is from The Independent in the UK, and their writer, Lizzie Dearden, from Friday the 13th, 2015. Headline: Disney bans smoking in all future films, including Star Wars and Marvel Comics. Historical characters will be accepted from the new rule, but it was unclear whether existing book characters would be exempt. Marvel and Star Wars characters may no longer be able to smoke, as Disney bans cigarettes from all of its future films, whether animation or live action. Bob Iger, Walt Disney's chairman and CEO, chief executive officer, revealed the move at the company's annual shareholder meeting, where the development of Frozen 2 was confirmed, along with details of 2 upcoming Star Wars films. An investor asked him what the studio was doing to safeguard children against smoking, claiming that 43% of films in the Marvel comic book franchises show characters lighting up. Mr. Iger said he was committed to expanding Disney's existing policy, which dates back to 2007, to apply to all subsidiaries. I think in Iron Man, which is 2008, they showed cigars. Oba Destane, the villain, played by Jeff Bridges, he smoked a cigar. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I'm remembering. That's what I remember. Comment if I'm in error, or call, or set me straight if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. Now, Iger said, except when we are depicting a historical figure who may have smoked at the time of his life. For instance, if we're doing a movie on Abraham Lincoln, he was a smoker, and we would consider that acceptable. But in terms of any new characters that are created for any of those films, under any of those labels, we absolutely prohibit smoking in any of those films, unquote. It was unclear whether existing characters from previous films, books, or comics would have the ban enforced, such as in the upcoming Marvel Studios or Star Wars films. Disney's current policy limits smoking in films below a restricted rating in America, roughly equivalent to a United Kingdom 15 or 18 certificate, to scenes where it is part of the historical, biographical, or cultural context, important to a character, or portrayed in an unfavorable light. So I'm saying, why not show villains smoking? They're ugly characters, so let them do the ugly act of smoking, but it's not my call. That's for damn sure. Even good, quote unquote, good characters smoked in classic cartoons, including Peter Pan, Pinocchio, and Dumbo's friend Jim Crow, who has already been slammed by modern critics as a racist stereotype. Smoking is now rare in films made by Disney and its subsidiaries, although the character of Absalom the Caterpillar, voiced by Alan Rickman, held onto his hookah in Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland remake in 2010. And I think in Iron Man 3, wasn't the Mandarin played by Ben, he was smoking a hookah. Ben, he played Gandhi. Ben Kingsley. Ben Kingsley, wasn't he smoking in Iron Man 3, which I think was released in 2013? I'll double check that as we're live. But anyway, he held on to his hookah in Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland remake in 2010. So there goes my idea for Vapor of the UFOs. I talked about it on the show. In case you missed it, and you probably did, I was talking about how I'd love to see these characters fight the Fantastic Four and maybe the second Fantastic Four feature film, a la Superman 2, because these guys, the UFOs who were introduced way back in September 1980 in the Incredible Hulk issue 254, they basically have the same powers as the Fantastic Four in a sense. And there's a female character named Vapor who is like the Invisible Woman. Instead of force fields, she can solidify vapor objects. And I thought of a funny scene in a pipe dream flight of fancy of mine where she'd see someone smoking something outside in an alley whether it's a villain or just an innocent bystander, and she'd go in his lungs, whether he's vaping or smoking a joint or smoking crack or a cigarette, or you don't inhale a cigar, smoking something, and she'd go into his lungs and solidify and boom, boom, blow him up. I thought that'd be a kind of a interesting dark scene. But so much for that. If Disney has a policy that bans smoking of any kind in the MCU. So I appreciate this guy bringing that to my attention. But I say this, it doesn't mean that it wasn't an oversight by a prop master, because an ashtray is not the same as smoking. Am I right? Am I right or what? Yeah, I'm right. That's not the same thing as smoking a cigarette. It's not going to encourage kids to smoke. And I'm not saying have dirty ashtrays. Why didn't they just have clean ashtrays on the table just for historical significance? Yeah, I hear a lot of you saying, it's just a TV show. It's just a streaming show. Like William Shatner in the classic Get a Life, November 1986 SNL Saturday Night Live skit. It's just a TV show. Get a life. I get it. But the thing about Marvel comic books, back to Stan Lee's original books, is there was a reality to them. It was New York City. It wasn't Gotham City or Metropolis. They had real characters with real problems. There was a sense of reality amongst the fantasy. So it was somewhat believable, even though you're seeing fantastic things that obviously are not grounded in reality, like superheroes and supervillains. But, it just takes me out of it when I see something omitted, because I'm an old fart and I was around in 1982 as an 11-year-old. And I remember even in 88, until certain states banned smoking state by state in the 90s. So if it were set in the 90s, no problem. But I don't know. It just was kind of weird. But there was a major mistake, even though it's a time travel show. I don't think this was an Easter egg of something wrong with the timeline. This takes us to the new errors in Loki Season 2, Episode 2 on Disney+. So, for the second week in a row of historically inaccurate prop and set errors in Loki Season 2 on Disney+, this time, in the second episode, in a scene towards the beginning of the episode set in the year 1977 AD, on the wall of a theater is a poster for 1974's Herbie Rides Again by Disney, instead of Disney's Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, which was released in June of 1977. Now that hits home with me, because Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, the only reason I think I even noticed it was because actress Julie Summers recently, and I know those that are longtime consistent viewers of the Nostalgic Podblast will be like, not again. I'm not going to go on and on about Julie Summers, but she starred. That was like her only major movie role. She was a television actress before she retired from acting in 1994. And she recently returned items I sent to her where I requested her signature. So when I saw that poster, I'm like, oh, that's got to be Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. And it wasn't. It was for the 1974 movie. Also in the cast of Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo was Don Knotts, among others. But I thought, wow, that's a huge mistake, because Disney owns all those properties. So it's not like they didn't have the rights to the poster. In fact, all of the Herbie movies are streaming on Disney+, including the Lindsay Lohan movie, the more recent Herbie movie. So that was a big F up, I think, to show the wrong movie poster. It's not earth-shattering news, but it's a mistake. And again, that's the second prop error that I've noticed. There's going to be 6 episodes of Season 2 of Loki. So I'm going to keep an eagle eye like I always do. Now, to play devil's advocate, Steve Russo commented on my personal Facebook page when I posted a screenshot of the incorrect poster. He said, well, it is a time travel story. Fair enough. But I just don't think that's going to be... What are they going to say? That the timeline was altered by 3 years or something? I think it was a doggone mistake. I think they had a prop master that wasn't paying attention, which is strange because Disney has immense oversight over its property, and they scrutinize and analyze every aspect of everything they do, especially the MCU. So I was just really surprised. That was a pretty bad mistake, because you can see the poster pretty well. You can make out the title of the film. It's not like it's just you blink, you missed it. Kind of is that way, but not really. You have to watch the scene because you see the poster pretty good. So that was the second mistake in Loki season 2. Now another error in Loki season 2, episode 2. We see, as I mentioned earlier, with much greater detail, the lack of ashtrays on any table in the 1982 McDonald's set in long scenes, including one where the TVA guys from the future, specifically Owen Wilson's character Mobius B. Mobius, is eating McDonald's French fries and apple pie and a beverage. Don't know if it's a shake or a soft drink, but he's drinking a beverage and eating that fried stuff. And we're not seeing any 1982 currency anywhere in the episode unless the scene was cut. So how do they pay for that food? They show a scene outside the McDonald's, and then it cuts to inside, and all of a sudden Mobius and another character from the future, from the TVA, that enforce time travel, they're eating food. So how'd they pay for that? I'd really like to know the answer to that. I think it's just a mistake. Am I right? Am I right or what? I think I'm right. Yeah, I'm right. And if they have such an issue with smoking, why don't they have an issue with trans fat? Because in 1982, the French fries had trans fat in them. Maybe there should have been a little disclaimer like Disney put in before certain episodes of The Muppet Show, which are streaming on Disney+. This was a different time. There were different customs, I think it was a mistake. I stand by my statement that the ashtray omissions in the McDonald's was a mistake, just like the poster was. I know I seem like a hater. I'm not. I sound like a nitpicking naysayer. But these Easter egg errors are really distracting. And I'm a man who says what he thinks, especially about things I like. So my friend Al Hardy, who often says that all you watch are Marvel movies. One, that's not so. And two, look, I'll call out inaccuracies anywhere in pop culture land, even in the MCU, which I love. I've been reading and collecting Marvel comic books since I was 10 years old in 1981. Speaking of 1981, I clearly recall being 10 years old, going through the McDonald's drive-through window line in my friend Jason Chandler's dad's station wagon on a Saturday at the McDonald's in Marietta, Georgia, in East Cobb County, across from the Park Air Kroger Shopping Center and ice skating rink on Johnson's Ferry Road. And that McDonald's still stands to this day in remodeled form. In Loki episode 2, season 2, they show an exterior McDonald's with no drive-through. And it was the tiniest Mickey D's I've ever seen in my life. It was so small. Supposed to be in the state of Oklahoma in 1982 at a McDonald's, but they got the roof right. I'll give them that. But I thought, wow, I don't know. It didn't look right inside and out. They got a lot right inside the McDonald's set, but that interior McDonald's set in Loki season 2, episode 2, to me looked more like 1962 than 1982 with the colors they used. The tables weren't right. They had wood-looking tables, but the tables in the 80s were artificial. It was like stiff plastic. And think about this, 1982 was only 8 years away from the year 1990. My memory's probably playing tricks on me, but it just seemed like that set was more like an early 1970s McDonald's than one in 1982. Even though 1982 was like 42 years ago. But I still remember. By the way, one of the soccer teams I played for was called the Boomers in the 80s. Yet I'm a Gen Xer. In retrospect, I find that kind of funny. It meant boomer, like you boom, you kick a ball and it booms. The Boomers. Boomers. Not a boomer. Nothing wrong with boomers. I love boomers. I have a lot of boomers in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group. And I cherish each and every one of them. I may even have someone from the Greatest Generation in there for all I know. Raise your hand if you're, man, God bless you and thank you for serving this country and fighting tyranny in World War II. Anyway, let's get back to the nostalgia fun. Man, as we're live, it is still Friday the 13th. So I'm going to just go over a brief bit of history of the first Friday the 13th movie and some little anecdotes of mine. Won't be too long with this, folks, but I'll have a little musical accompaniment. This is the Friday the 13th Part 3D theme, which I've played before on the show a year ago in the Halloween Pod Blast. But I love it. It's kind of disco-esque, even though this movie was shot in 1981, released in 1982. I like this version of the theme. Let's listen to a little bit of it as we talk Friday the 13th.
It's Friday the 13th as we're live!
I'm sorry if I blew out your eardrum. Some brief history of Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th is considered an unlucky day in Western superstition. It occurs when the 13th day of the month in the Gregorian calendar falls on a Friday, which happens at least once every year, but can occur up to 3 times in the same year. For example, 2015 had a Friday the 13th in February, March, and November, which will happen again in 2026. 2017 through 2020 had 2 Friday the 13ths. 2016, 2021, and 2022 had just 1 Friday the 13th, as will 2025. 2023 and 2024 have 2 Friday the 13ths. A month has a Friday the 13th only if it begins on a Sunday. I did not know that. There's some Christian associations to Friday the 13th. The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The superstition seems to relate to various things, like the story of Jesus' Last Supper and crucifixion, in which there were 13 individuals present in the upper room of the 13th of Nisan, Thursday, the night before his death on Good Friday. While there is evidence of both Friday and the number 13 being considered unlucky, there is no record of the 2 items being referred to as especially unlucky in conjunction before the 19th century. Now let's talk about the movies. Friday the 13th was a 1980 independent slasher film distributed by Paramount Pictures, produced and directed by Sean S. Cunningham, written by Victor Miller, with a budget of $550,000. But it made
$59.8 million at the box office.
This is not news to most of you. I have a very intelligent audience. The original Friday the 13th starred Betsy Palmer, who was on I've Got a Secret and many other live television programs in the 1950s and 1960s, and she was gorgeous. The Buzzer Network airs a lot of the kinescopes of those 1950s and early 1960s game shows that she was on. She was nothing like she looked in the first Friday the 13th movie, and reportedly she did that for the money. Also in the cast of the original Friday the 13th was Adrienne King, Harry Crosby, Laurie Bartram, Mark Nelson, Janine Taylor, Robbie Morgan, and Kevin Bacon. A lot of people claim that's his first movie. No, he was in Animal House. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. The plot of Friday the 13th, the original film from 1980, follows a group of teenage camp counselors who are murdered one by an unknown killer while they're attempting to reopen an abandoned summer camp, Camp Blood, with a tragic past. That's what it was called after the murders, Camp Blood. It was Camp Crystal Lake in the story. The movie was prompted by the success of John Carpenter's Halloween, the low-budget independent movie from 1978. Director Sean Cunningham put out an advertisement to sell the film Friday the 13th in Variety in early 1979 while Miller was still drafting the screenplay. After casting the film in New York City, filming took place in New Jersey in the summer of 1979 on an estimated budget of $550,000, as I said previously. A bidding war ensued over the finished film, ending with Paramount Pictures acquiring the film for domestic distribution while Warner Brothers secured international distribution rights. Released on May 9th, 1980, Friday the 13th was a major box office success. As I said, it grossed $59.8 million worldwide. The critical response was divided, with some praising the film's cinematography and score, the music by Harry Mandolfini, that freaky music. I've said before, the music makes it scarier, while numerous other critics derided it for its depiction of graphic violence. By Tom Savini, who did the gore effects, and he'd worked on Dawn of the Dead. He is a makeup madman, Tom Savini. He's a genius. Aside from being the first independent film of its kind to secure distribution in the U.S. by a major studio, its box office success led to a long series of sequels, a crossover with the Nightmare on Elm Street series and Freddy Krueger, and a 2009 series reboot which sucked. A direct sequel, Friday the 13th Part 2, was released 1 year after the release of the original film. Here's a little bit about casting of the original Friday the 13th movie. The New York-based firm, headed by Julie Hughes and Barry Moss, was hired to find 8 young actors to play the camp's staff members. Cunningham admits that he was not looking for great actors, but anyone that was likable and appeared to be a responsible camp counselor. The way Cunningham saw it, the actors would need to look good, read the dialogue somewhat well, and work cheap. Moss and Hughes were happy to find 4 actors: Kevin Bacon, Laurie Bartram, Peter Brower, and Adrienne King, who had previously appeared on soap operas. The role of Alice Hardy was set up as an open casting call, a publicity stunt used to attract more attention to the film. The producers originally wanted Sally Field for the role of Alice, the survivor of the first film, but realized that they could not afford an established high-profile actress like that, so they went for unknowns instead. According to Adrienne King, quote, originally, the producers were looking really hard for a name actress to play Alice. They finally realized that even if they could find somebody like that who was willing to do it, they wouldn't be able to afford her. so they decided to go with new talent instead. King earned an audition primarily because she was the friend of someone working in Moss and Hughes' office, and Cunningham felt she embodied the qualities of Alice. After she auditioned, Moss recalls Cunningham commenting that they saved the best actress for last. As Cunningham explains, he was looking for people that could behave naturally, and King was able to show that to him in the audition. Friday the 13th was first released on DVD in the United States by Paramount Home Entertainment on October 19th, 1999. The disc sold 32,497 units. On February 3rd, 2009, Paramount released the film again on DVD and Blu-ray in an unrated, uncut for the first time in the United States version. The previous VHS, Laserdisc, and DVD releases included the standard R-rated theatrical version. But get this, the uncut version of Friday the 13th contains approximately 11 seconds of previously unreleased footage. In 2011, the uncut version of Friday the 13th was released in a 4-disc DVD collection with the first 3 sequels. First 4 films, in other words. It was again included in 2 Blu-ray sets, Friday the 13th, the Complete Collection, released in 2013, and Friday the 13th, the Ultimate Collection in 2018. Paramount's Blu-ray was re-released as a 40th anniversary limited edition steelbook in the year 2020, a terrible year in world history. Also in 2020, when toilet paper was scarce, to celebrate the film's 40th anniversary, Shout Factory released a 4K scan of the original film, as well as Friday the 13th parts 2 through 4 in a complete series boxed set. My question to you, Podience members and listeners and viewers of the Nostalgic Pod Blast, this very show, is this. Who was your favorite Friday the 13th survivor in the film franchise? I know you remember the parody of Friday the 13th, a movie called Saturday the 14th, which starred, among others, along with Richard Benjamin, Carrie Michelson from the NBC sitcom Give Me a Break. And she was so pretty in that movie. I was younger than she was when that movie hit HBO. That's where I saw Saturday the 14th. Now, the funny thing about the early Friday the 13th movies, if not all of them, is that Mrs. Voorhees was jealous of people having sex, and if you did drugs, you were dead. If you were smoking a joint, you were dead. And I remember in the second movie, the first one that introduced Jason, he was wearing that potato sack before the hockey mask was introduced in Friday the 13th Part 3D. There was a scene that was trimmed down where a couple are making love in a cabin, and Jason, the potato sack, spears them together. And you saw that graphic shot on the back of the VHS release and the Laserdisc release, but not in the film. Well, someone on YouTube released a video of Friday the 13th, more gore from Friday the 13th Part 2, and you see all these shots, including that one. All you saw was the spear going through the bed in the theatrical version. You didn't see that shot from the guy's back where they're getting literally speared together. I don't know. I liked some of the gore, but there was a scene that really creeped me out in Friday the 13th Part 2, which is one of my favorites in the series, where a poor guy in a wheelchair gets killed. I thought that was a bit much. You know, he gets a machete in the face and goes bouncing. I thought that was a bit much. As well as I didn't like the bunnies getting killed in Friday the 13th Part 3D. That never bothered me until I actually had a pet rabbit of my own. And I know it's not real. It's not a real rabbit. These aren't real people getting killed. It's acting. I get it. These aren't real animals being harmed. Anyway, thought it was sad in retrospect. But Friday the 13th Part 3D, speaking of that film, I think that one had the best, I sound like a sexist, I'm not trying to, but that's the best babes in the series. The best looking actresses were in Friday the 13th Part 3D. And of course, you know the story. The sound guys had altered actress Betsy Palmer's line delivery of "Kill her, mama, kill her," where she's like psychotically, schizophrenically acting out as if she's her dead son, Jason, who drowned in the lake. Or did he? Of course, he didn't really in the fictional story. So they altered the "kill her, mommy" with the it's saying "kill, kill, kill, ma, ma, ma," but it sounds like C-H-H-C-H-H-H. Am I still alive? Ooh. Okay. I do have, now let's continue on talking about scary movies. That's all I had to say. That's all I had to say about Friday the 13th and the series of movies at this point. And the Halloween show, maybe we'll talk a little more about it, but it's something I've talked about last year, so I don't want to be repetitive. Even though I think I've gotten a little bit better than I was last year, just as a host of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. So I may talk about some other anecdotes about those movies, but it is Friday the 13th as we're live. Actually, it's not. It's already crossed into October 14th as we're live. Let's talk about some spooky movie recommendations that you may not have heard of. And not what you think. I'm not going to talk about any supernatural movies like The Omen, which really creeped me out. Going back to Richard Donner's The Omen from 1976. And, of course, The Exorcist and all that jazz. No, I'm going to talk about some things you may not be thinking of in terms of a scary movie. Let's get to it right now. I have pulled a clip, if I can get it to go, of this movie. This is a movie from 1976. Oh, I got to find Grizzly also, which also was released in 1976. It was kind of like a poor man's Jaws, but it was about a grizzly bear shot in Clayton, Georgia, North Georgia, back in 1975, starring Christopher George. Saw it in a drive-through, easy for me to say, the Starlight drive-through in 2010 in the Atlanta, Georgia area years ago. That was great fun. It was a 35 millimeter print, faded, but it was still great to see at a drive-in movie theater. Yeah, let me play a trailer of the movie I'm going to recommend. It's been out on Blu-ray for a while, but it's also out for free on YouTube. But I bet it gets yanked because this is an R-rated movie with nudity. It's a female prison movie called Nightmare in Badham County. Only reason I mention it, it's offbeat, it's terrifying, but it has an incredibly odd cast. Tina Louise, Robert Reed, Chuck Connors, the Rifleman, all these classic TV stars are in this movie. And others I haven't mentioned yet. Della Reese, the great Della Reese, who appeared on Sanford and Son, good friends of Red Fox. I love her. She's in it. Takes place in the Deep South in a segregated female prison. Whites on one side, blacks on the other. And Chuck Connors plays a rapist pig. Just listen to a little bit of the trailer. And also, Lana Wood is in the cast. Plenty O'Toole previously in the James Bond film Diamonds Are Forever. And we'll get into a little bit of this, and I'll show you on those that are watching. If you're listening on Fistful of Radio or Apple or Google Podcast or TuneIn or Spotify or Podbean, I would encourage you to go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, which you can simply go to by Googling The Nostalgic Podblast. Just hit your Google browser, enter The Nostalgic with a C, The Nostalgic Podblast, and right at the top, you'll see the YouTube channel. Click that and look for the photo of Mark Goddard from Lost in Space, the actor who played Major Don West, whom we sadly recently lost. And you'll know you're in the right place. And you can just shuttle search if you want to see some articles I'm showing on camera, some collectibles and things like that. But I'm going to show the Nightmare in Badham County Blu-ray cover. It's really creepy. But let's listen to a trailer. It's 2 minutes and 42 seconds long for Nightmare in Badham County. Be warned, it's very disturbing.
That man raped me.
came into my cell last night and forced me.
According to the sheriff, that's not what happened at all. He says you encouraged him to come into your cell, that you offered yourselves to him if he dropped the other charge.
What other charge?
Prostitution.
Oh, you bastard, you!
30 days in the Badham County Prison Farm for women.
What?
Kathy and Diane, two Californian college girls on a vacation trip across the USA, commit a misdemeanor. Through a terrifying series of events, it escalates into a prison nightmare that only one of them will survive.
What kind of prison guards are they? Guards? There ain't no guards here. They're trustees. You mean they're prisoners?
That's right. The trustees that run this place.
Shit. Please, ma'am. I won't do it again. After this, you won't, you dumb bitch.
The strap ain't nothing, baby. People die in here.
End of the line, Emery. Come on out. There's not much choice but to find ways to be sure that you do listen in the future.
Superintendent sent for her last night.
You mean he killed her?
No. She cut her own wrist.
This story, based on fact, is a horrifying indictment of a brutal system of justice.
Do you think they know we're gone yet? I don't know. They know. They know.
Give him another sniff of those clothes. Come here. There you go.
30 days in the Badham County Prison Farm for women.
Nightmare.
So I always thought it was a television movie because I saw it as a TV movie on WATL 36, an independent station here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. But even that was shocking because Tina Louise, who of course was Ginger Grant in Gilligan's Island, and she was JR's secretary in the early episodes of Dallas, Julie Gray, she says the N-word in it. And I know it's acting, but she refers to Della Reese's character as that. And Tina Louise's character is a prison guard, and she's an abusive prison guard, and Della Reese is a prisoner who has been in prison far too long for a petty crime in the Deep South. I think it's set in Alabama. And, but what I like is Della Reese says, "You put one hand on me, white trash." And then she winds up killing her. Tina Louise's character. Spoiler alert, it's an old movie, but that's the great part is Della Reese's character winds up like choking her out and gets revenge. So that was cool. But Nightmare in Badham County was a 1976 women in prison movie directed by a British director named John Llewellyn Moxey, M-O-X-E-Y, and it starred Chuck Connors, Deborah Raffin, and Lynn Moody, an African-American actress. And its plot follows two female college students from California who, while traveling cross-country, are remanded to a women's prison farm in a corrupt southern town over a traffic violation. The film was so popular in China that it was released in movie theaters, and Deborah Raffin became the first Western actress to make a promotional tour of China, after which she became the unofficial ambassador helping China make deals with Hollywood. As I said, Robert Reed from the Brady Bunch and Mannix, among other things. Tina Louise is in it, but also, as I said, is Lana Wood, Plenty O'Toole from Diamonds Are Forever as a Southern prison guard, Natalie Wood's sister. This always cracks me up. I'm going to play this. This is uncensored. You're going to hear the F word, but it's Lana Wood saying it in a Southern accent, and I always thought it was kind of funny. In the scene, Deborah Raffin's character, one of the California college students, was picked to work a party, like to serve drinks to a party at the warden's plantation. and she goes inside and tries to make a phone call. She sees the phone and she tries to make a phone call. And enter Lana Wood's character, and she says, let me get the clip queued up. She's like, well, I'll just play it. Hang on. She says, oh, I went a little too far with it. Here it is. Here we go. There's a good lady prison guard who's nice to Deborah Raffin's character, and then there's Lana Wood, who's not so nice, but she's not abusive. But she walks into the room, and I always get it. I say this to this day. I love the way she said this line. She says, "What the F is going on here?" But it's funny.
I appreciate a chance to get out of the field for one day.
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Miss Dulcie.
Now Miss Dulcie sees the phone off the hook. That's that noise. She realized she's been tricked.
Thank you, Miss Dulcie. Yes, Miss Dulcie. You little fool, you've been sneaking at that phone.
Please, Dulcie.
Miss Dulcie. Let me tell you something, Phillips. The last person who got caught using that telephone, Greer broke her knuckles with a nutcracker.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck's going on here?
I'll play it again. I was laughing. She go, what the fuck's going on here? I just get tickled by that. I went, damn it.
Thank you, Miss Dulcie. Yes, Miss Dulcie. You little fool, you've been sneaking at that phone.
Please, Dulcie.
Miss Dulcie. Let me tell you something, Phillips. The last person who got caught using that telephone, Greer broke her knuckles with a nutcracker.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck's going on here?
Nothing. She was just mouthing off his own.
Phillips, pick up that tray and get out of here.
Yes, Miss Smith.
I recommend it. I mean, it's not for everybody. I just always have liked lady prison movies, but it puts that Charlie's Angels to shame. Ladies in Chains, season 1 of Charlie's Angels. And like I said, I never knew it was an R-rated movie. And there's scenes like, God, one of the lady prison guards is a really gross woman. She like basically forces herself on a lady prisoner and stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of terrible things in that movie, nudity and everything else. Not that that's terrible, but I'm just saying there's things that happen in that movie. Robert Reed's character plays a creep. Of course, he was a gay man in real life, but he's just a despicable warden character who goes after this. I didn't want to say it. You know what? I just always thought that movie was interesting, and I never knew it was an R-rated movie. And who knew that China loved it so much? I didn't know that till I researched this show, this edition of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. Probably shouldn't have brought it up in the show where we're talking about the passing of Mark Goddard. You know, this isn't exactly a family-friendly movie, that's for damn sure. But it sure is entertaining. So, go and talk about a new, relatively new feature here on the show, the classic music video of the week now. Oh, damn, I forgot to mention. Last thing about Nightmare in Badham County, I don't think I mentioned that Ralph Bellamy's in the cast. He plays the judge, the corrupt judge that sentenced the 2 California college students to prison over a trumped-up charge, a BS charge. Ralph Bellamy, I mean, what a cast. And again, it's on YouTube. I don't think it'll be on much longer because the R-rated version's up there. I didn't think they allowed nudity and stuff. Another scary movie recommendation would be 1978's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. With Donald Sutherland. Great movie. Jeff Goldblum, he was very young in that movie. Of course, it's based on the 1950s classic, and the 1978 version is my favorite. Kevin McCarthy had a cameo appearance in the film, the star of the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, along with Dana Winter. But I think that is a great film that's been released on Blu-ray and DVD. is probably streaming somewhere. That's a good spooky movie for Halloween season. I already talked about Wicker Man last week with Britt Eklund when we talked about her birthday. I like Psycho 4, the origin story of Norman Bates, where you find out it's the mother and it shows her when she's alive. The reason he's so screwed up is because of the mother. Piranha 3D, talked about that last time. On the happier family-friendly side, the Bewitched Halloween episode, I like that. There's a lot of television. We'll talk about it as we get closer to Halloween. We've already talked about Hollow Man with Elizabeth Shue, who recently turned 60, and Kevin Bacon, whom we talked about tonight. He was in the original Friday the 13th. Got the arrow through the back of the neck. Really enjoy that movie as a good thriller comedy. Halloween 2 is my favorite. I like Season of the Witch, too. The offbeat third film about that psychopath who is trying to kill the children with those masks. I thought that one was pretty good. So those are my recommendations as we're in the Halloween season, as we're live here in October 2023 in this edition of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. But about that music video of the week, I'm going to see if I can get away with playing the song itself, a live version of it. This was a PG-13 music video, if not rated R, and a censored version of it was shown on MTV, but it was banned in England by the BBC. And just play a little bit of the song. This is a 1981 performance of this song. guess what it is yet? Obviously, it's Girls on Film. That's the music video of the week by Duran Duran. The name Duran Duran, of course, came from the 1968 film Barbarella. That was the name of the villain in that movie, and that's where the band got their inspiration for the name of their group. So Duran Duran expected the Girls on Film video to be played exclusively at nightclubs that had video screens, and in it there is nudity, just topless nudity, but there's a really sexy scene where these girls are on a pole that has whipped cream all over it. I'm not going to, this sounds like a salacious pod blast. Gosh, and I know there's deeply religious people that listen to the show, or they did. So I don't want to be creepy or go too far with this, but it was just a sexy video. I'll leave it at that. So I had to set that up to explain what I'm saying, that the video was intended to be played exclusively at nightclubs where there's alcohol being served, which had video screens. The raunchy video created an uproar, and it was consequently banned by the BBC. As I've already mentioned, it showed two women kissing in it and other things. Ooh, it's such taboo. But it was heavily edited for his original run on MTV, Music Television, which came along in the U.S. in 1981. Duran Duran unabashedly enjoyed and capitalized on the controversy. And I had that there was a Duran Duran video album, including the Uncut Girls on Film and The Chauffeur, which was another naughty music video they did, and everything up through Seven and the Ragged Tiger album. Yeah. I think it had those videos like New Moon on Monday. Excuse me. And I don't know what happened to that video. I know I have a video 45 VHS of New Moon on Monday, but I had that video. Someone stole it from me. A buddy that spent the night, someone took it from me because I don't lose my stuff. I take care of my things. I have things from going way back. You'd be surprised what I have in my collection that I've kept. But the single version of Girls on Film, the song, was the third single by the new wave band Duran Duran, released way back on Monday, July 13th, 1981. The song became Duran Duran's top 10 breakthrough in the United Kingdom UK singles chart, peaking at number 5 in July 1981. Duran Duran personally selected the song for release following the failure of its predecessor, a song called Careless Memories that I like a lot from the first album, which had been chosen by their record company EMI. The popularity of Girls on Film provided a major boost to sales of the band's debut studio album titled Duran Duran, which had been released a month earlier. And man, they had so many good dance mixes. We could do a whole half show on Duran Duran. I was a big fan of that band. And they had really cool, they call them, no, I'm not trying to be provocative, it's what it's called, a 12-inch single. It's on 45 speed, and it's the size of a record album. It's like a 45, but there'll be usually 2 to 3 different versions, all dance mixes of their singles. And there were cool songs that were B-side songs, like Late Bar from the first album of Duran Duran. It wasn't on the album, it was just on the 45, on the backside of Planet Earth, which was on the first album and was a single. Anyway, they had a lot of good songs that were secondary songs that weren't on the records, that were just on the 45 single releases, but that's another topic for another day. Although Girls on Film did well in the United Kingdom, the song did not chart at all in the United States on its initial release, but it became popular and widely known after receiving heavy airplay on MTV in that edited music video, which was censored, even though it was cable television, basic cable television. Not the same rules as a Showtime or an HBO in those days. With streaming, anything goes these days, right? When the Duran Duran album was reissued in 1983, people in America discovered Girls on Film. They released the first album, and they changed some of the tracks. Nobody cares. They do, but this is a show about Mark Goddard and about traditional nostalgia. That's a little inside baseball, but the point is they released the first album in 1983 with a new cover, the first album, and they changed some of the tracks. But anyway, Oh, correction corner. I'm going to skip it in the interest of time. I know I had a mistake I made in the Battlestar Galactica's first 45 years pod blast, but it escapes me at the moment, and I'm not going to rewatch. I had too much going on with new stuff. I will try to scan through it. There was something that I said I need to clarify. It wasn't like an outright error, but I need to clarify it. Darn it. And in the Star Trek anniversary episode as well, I had a mistake there or something I need to clarify. So I'll just save it. I'll make a note. It'll probably pop into my mind as soon as I'm not live tonight. But let's talk about the nostalgic toy of the week. Let's get back to the family or friendly kind of stuff. I got through the scary stuff and like the Friday the 13th and Nightmare in Badham County and the Duran Duran music video. Let's talk about happier, more innocent things right now. And I apologize if anyone was offended. I'm sorry. I'm just describing all aspects of our nostalgia, including our teenage years, right?
The questions, you push buttons to answer.
Here's the nostalgic toy of the week in this 1978 commercial. And this was a cute little robot that would actually play an 8-track cassette tape. Listen.
40 leading publications love 2XL. He asks the questions, you push buttons to answer.
Giraffes are the only animals that make no sound. True or false?
A uniquely educational toy.
Correct. The next time you hear nothing, a giraffe might be coming.
Plays any 8-track cartridges. Teenagers love him. Adults can't resist him.
2, 4, 6, 8. This is the way we lose weight.
2XL, now 36 tapes for all age groups by Mego.
I'll play another commercial from 1981 in a moment, but as you heard, that was the 2XL, which was a little educational robot. My brother-in-law, Josh, found one recently and showed it to me. It's pretty cool, and it works for his little kids, my niece and nephew. He got that a couple of years ago for them and for himself. But the educational 2-XL, like extra large, 2XL toy was invented and licensed for manufacture by Michael J. Freeman. 2XL exhibited rudimentary intelligence. Unlike me, I have no intelligence right now. Oh, God. When doing this live as a bear sometimes. 2XL exhibited rudimentary intelligence, memory, gameplay, and responsiveness. It was dubbed the toy with a personality. The 2XL could respond verbally to the user depending on which input or answer buttons on its chest were chosen. The original version, created by the Mego Corporation, was made of brown plastic with white plastic found on the anterior face of the robot. It had 2 red light bulbs for the eyes. These bulbs also flashed at moments while 8-track cartridge tape programs played. It had 4 red buttons on its stomach with designated options for answers to questions asked by the toy, such as question A, yes or true, B, or more info, and C, or no or false. 2XL was marketed between 1978 and 1981 by the Mego Corporation, and it was brought back from 1992 through 1995 using cassette tapes instead of 8-track tapes by Tiger Electronics. 2XL was the first smart toy in that it exhibited intelligence, memory, gameplay, and responsiveness. Wow. Now, let's listen to a 1981 commercial for the 2XL. And when I posted that, so many people said, oh my gosh, I have not thought of the 2XL in years. I used to have that, or they said, I still have that, or I recently got one. Thank you for mentioning that. No problem. That's what the Nostalgic Pod Blast is for, bringing up happy memories. Let's listen to the 1981 television commercial for the 2XL, which was the last time it was made available for sale before it went away until it was brought back later. If I can get the doggone thing to play, darn it. Hang on. Gosh darn it. Hang on. Frack. Felgerkarp. Battlestar Galactica swear words. Dang, in rehearsal I had this playing. Just a moment, listeners and watchers, viewers.
This is 2XL. You can pretend it's a talking robot. Slip in a tape and the fun starts.
Do you know why the elephant was the last animal onto Noah's Ark?
You punch in an answer.
You are correct. You must be some kind of computer brain or something.
Full of questions, answers, and jokes.
Over 25 2XL tapes are available, from sports to comic book heroes to American history, each sold separately. 2XL comes with a starter tape of general information, an instruction booklet, and electric cord from Mego.
I never had the 2XL. I had friends that did, and I liked it, but I never asked for it. Never had one. Never had one. Did you have a 2XL? It's pretty historically significant since it was really the first smart toy. It's time to tell you about a special deal. Well, you can give this gift for only $12 for a year. Talking about Remind Magazine. The regular retail price is $4.99 plus tax per issue on the newsstand if you were to go to a Barnes & Noble. But I'm going to tell you how you can get it for only $1 an issue, or give it for $1 per issue. If you're here listening or watching the Nostalgic Pod Blast, the chances are you like and love nostalgia. Well, this monthly magazine, Remind Magazine, is loaded with interesting articles, games, full-color photos, interviews with your favorite stars, creators, and personalities, and lots more. Remind Magazine offers fresh takes on popular entertainment from days gone by. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly themed features from the 1950s through the 1990s. Best part is it comes to you in the mail, or to your gift recipient in the mail. Just like the good old days when you'd wait for your favorite magazine to arrive. If you're a Gen Xer, remember Dynamite Magazine, Mad Magazine, National Geographic's World Magazine, comic book subscriptions, Boys Life, you get the point. Well, Remind Magazine is not written for kids like those magazines were. Remind is written for adults while gently tapping your inner child. Here's how you can take advantage of this great introductory offer. $12 out the door. No tax, no shipping. All you have to do is go to remindmagazine.com, or you can call toll-free 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And when you give Remind Magazine, your gift recipient, whether it's for the holidays or birthday, they'll think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12. That's the beauty of it. Again, remindmagazine.com, and you can order online with your Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover card, or call them toll-free, and a kind order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. And please mention the Nostalgic Pod Blast when you order. You'll love it. I read it each and every month. It's fantastic. Now it's time for the nostalgic, old-fashioned expression of the week. You guys ready for this, guys and gals? The expression is, when the cows come home. I'll tell you briefly the origin of that expression, how far back it goes in history. Till the cows come home is an idiom that's been in use for quite a while. We will examine the meaning of the idiom, till the cows come home, where it came from, and some examples of its idiomatic usage in sentences. The idiom, till the cows come home, means a long time. No. The image is of a herd of cows slowly meandering through a pasture to their farm. Cows generally are never in a hurry. So the idiom, till the cows come home, has been in use since at least the 16th century. Of course, we're in the 21st century now, as we're live. And the expression, the idiom may have originated in the Scottish Highlands, where cows are allowed to graze for months at a time before they meander home in the fall. Wow. I never knew that. I think I'll show a few collectibles now. This isn't May the 4th be with you. You're probably tired of Star Wars, but last time I showed a few of my Star Wars Topps cards. I'm just going to show a few more. And I showed my stickers, and I'm going to play a clip of audio for the listener so that the listener's not totally bored out of their skull, which they've probably already been by my rambling today. But let's listen to, oh, I got the wrong clip. This is one of my favorite versions. This is a long version of the Star Wars Disco 45 single by an artist named Mecco, M-E-C-C-O. This is a longer version. I'm not going to play the whole 15-minute version, but I'm going to play some of it as I show these collectibles for the viewers. Let me back it up. Here we go. It's from vinyl. Hear that popping? Yowza, yowza, yowza. I know this is Halloween season as we're live, not May the 4th, as I said at the beginning of that clip. But I just love that weird long disco version. Sorry about that. It was 15 minutes long. Hopefully the listeners dug it. And I was showing some top Star Wars cards. I have them all, including there was a card in the 4th series, the green border, where the goofballs at Topps had put a penis on poor C-3PO. And that card's become a little bit valuable. And I have a mint card of that. I'll show it for the camera. And actually, some parents caught wind of that back in 1977, complained to Topps Cards, and they issued a corrected version of the card. But the jokesters at Topps, they airbrushed on a penis on poor C-3PO in the scene in the original Star Wars where he's coming out of the bath, the moisture bath. Oil bath. This oil bath is going to feel so good, Anthony Daniels said as C-3PO. I'll hold that up for the camera in just a second. I'm trying to find a clip for the next little segment of nostalgia. 1 second. Gosh. Here we go. I'm going to show you the card right now, since I just mentioned it. Here is the rare card with the penis for C-3PO. Got to look at my monitor. Sorry, listeners. Bear with me just a sec. Make sure there's no glare. Can you see that goldenrod? Maybe that was the joke. Han Solo referred to C-3PO as goldenrod in The Empire Strikes Back. You're going to be a permanent resident. Hurry up, goldenrod. Now it's time for our next topic, and it's just a nostalgic tip. And I got to give credit where credit's due. Al Hardy told me about this, even though I subscribed to this streaming service. Didn't know they were playing these episodes.
12 O'Clock High. A QM production. Starring Robert Lanson. Also starring John Larkin. And Frank Overton. With guest star Paul Burton. Tonight's episode, Golden Boy had 9 black sheep.
I love that theme. That's by Dominique Frontier, whom we've talked about a lot in the Nostalgic Pod Blast. He did the music for the first season of the classic Outer Limits from 1963 to 1964. Then he left the Outer Limits to do that music for 12 O'Clock High, which was on ABC. It debuted in the fall of 1964, but Prime is airing uncut episodes of 12 O'Clock High for no additional charge. If you're a subscriber of Amazon Prime, or Prime as it's called, just search 12 O'Clock High. And these are, according to Al, I haven't researched it myself, I believe him, these are newly remastered episodes from the 35mm Elements, and they've never been officially released on home video, on DVD, or anywhere. I recorded them off MeTV about 10 years ago, but those were uncut, but they were time compressed, where they speed up the frames per second so they don't have to edit scenes out, but it still sounds kind of funny. You know, the music and the actors' voices doesn't quite sound right in time compressed or time accelerated episodes. But these are supposedly really gorgeous prints, and some even have the next week preview intact, which I think is cool. But it could be like the Invaders, in the first few episodes of the Invaders on ABC, they had like a 1-minute trailer of upcoming episodes. So it wasn't really a next week. It was a trailer designed to get the viewer hooked on the new show, showing scenes of upcoming episodes that were already produced but hadn't aired yet. So anyway, check out 12 O'Clock High on Amazon Prime. I don't know why it's never been released officially, but that's part of 20th Century Fox, which is now owned by Disney. So hopefully Disney will release them on home video. And they've gotten away from home video releases. They've actually done a 180 on one of their policies, which was to never release a Disney Plus streaming show on Blu-ray or 4K. Well, they announced they're going to release some of the Disney Plus MCU properties on Blu-ray and 4K, on Blu-ray and 4K for home video release. So check out 12 O'Clock High. That's a World War II epic television show. Lasted 3 years. The first 2 seasons were in black and white. The last season was in color. And it's, of course, based on the motion picture of the same name, 12 O'Clock High. Now it's time for the TV cliche of the week. And this is one that's near and dear to my heart. It's the catchphrase that went on way too long, from Flo's "Kiss My Grits" on Alice to "What You Talking About, Willis?" by Arnold on Different Strokes on NBC, or "Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey," on NBC. Red Fox as Fred Sanford uttering that catchphrase. It was funny at first, especially on Alice, "Kiss My Grits" on CBS, but it got old after a while. Even when they spun off Flo into a short-lived spinoff show, it lasted a season and a half. It did well originally, just like the Ropers did, the spinoff of Three's Company. One of the spinoffs of Three's Company. You had Three's a Crowd also after the Ropers. But the network screwed up. They eventually put the Ropers on a Saturday night. It was doing very well after Three's Company. It was in like the top 5 in the initial episodes of the Ropers. But, and like I said, Flo did well. But then the network moved it to a bad time slot, and it killed the show. The audience couldn't keep up with it. So there are so many catchphrases in television history. I mean, so many, and they always just got stale. They sure did after a while. So that's my TV cliche of the week. I kept it short and sweet. Oh, yeah. My fake rant of the week. Well, unfortunately, something I talked about last week with Hunter Golson, who was a guest on the phone on the Nostalgic Pod last we did about Elizabeth Shue turning 60. He offered his thoughts on Elizabeth Shue's acting performances. When we were talking, I said, I got a bad feeling about the Philadelphia Phillies taking on our Atlanta Braves, and that was before Game 1 of that divisional National League playoff series was even played. Well, unfortunately, my fears were realized when the Philadelphia Phillies certainly eliminated my Atlanta Braves from the playoffs. That National League East Divisional Playoff Series. A regular season really means nothing in the postseason except that it got the team there in the postseason. Because the Atlanta Braves finished their regular season with a 104 winning record. They won 104 games. They lost 58, and they went 52-29 at home and 52-29 on the road. Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable. They won 104 games, yet they couldn't even make it to the NLCS, the National League Championship Series. And there were records. Oh, my gosh. I'm not going to go on and on. This isn't a sports show. But think about this. The Atlanta Braves regular season finished with that outstanding 104 wins, 58 loss record, just 2 shy on the win side of the franchise record of 106 wins that was set back in 1998, which surprised me. That wasn't even when Chipper Jones was the MVP. That was in 1999, but 1998 to me was not a memorable year for the Braves, but yet they won 106 games. Though the Braves didn't capture a record in that regard, there were still plenty of records they were able to capture, like Ronald Acuna put together a strong case to be named the National League MVP. That remains to be seen if that'll happen. He became the first player to smash 40 home runs and steal 70 bases in Major League history. And also it's worth noting that no other player has even reached 40-50 in that regard, much less 40-70. Ronald finished the 2023 season with 41 homers and 73 stolen bases as he surpassed Otis Nixon's franchise record of 72 stolen bases, and that was set back in 1991. Atlanta Braves first baseman Matt Olson, who replaced Freddie Freeman a couple seasons ago, notched his MLB best 51st home run of 2023 to tie the franchise record for homers in a single season. Very impressive. Now, Tom Brennan in New York, he's a Mets fan. He pointed out to me in a comment on Facebook on my personal page that the Braves fans were anemic and they didn't make any noise compared with the Phillies fans. And I contend that the Braves fans have more class as they cheer instead of simply making obnoxious noise like mocking the tomahawk chop as they did in Philadelphia. But hey, trash talk is part of the game for no-class fans like the Phillies fans. But listen, we'll see what they do. They might make it to the World Series. I believe the Phillies won the World Series in 1980 and in 2008. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm over being blue about the Braves. And Tom Brennan, okay, you were right, all right? You going to gloat about it? I went in, I had I meant to set some remarks I made about Phillies fans to only me on Facebook, and I wound up deleting them by mistake. And accidentally, I took out some of his comments. I don't censor people. You can say whatever you want. I don't care if you call me an a-hole or whatever on social media. You can say whatever you want. I will never censor you. But I was just so upset when the Braves were eliminated and defeated that I tried to set 3 posts I made about the Braves to only me, and I wound up deleting them, which sucks. I shouldn't have done that. Item. Disney does not yet own the McDonald's Corporation. But can't you see a marketing tie-in like this? Mickey D's is now Mickey Mouse D's. I sound like I'm bashing Disney. I'm not. I love Disney's products. They have an excellent product. I'm not too crazy about the price increase of Disney Plus, but that's another matter. But there were mistakes. Not to backtrack, but rewind back. If you didn't hear, rewind back after I talked about the passing of Mark Goddard to my discussion about Loki Season 2, Episodes 1 and 2. There were a few really bad mistakes. Now it remains to be seen. Maybe I'll have egg on my face if those Easter eggs where there was an incorrect poster for Herbie in supposedly 1977. They had a 1974 movie up instead of the 1977 Herbie movie, Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. Maybe that is indeed an Easter egg that will be corrected later. I doubt it, though. I don't see how that could be a thing. I think it was just a simple, honest mistake by the prop master, just like I really don't think the lack of ashtrays was intentional, because an ashtray is not the same as showing someone smoking, which could be a bad influence on children in the audience or young people in the audience. Anyway, oh gosh, we got to do this. My mic is so strong, it's a Shure mic. Did you hear the air conditioning just cut on? My mic even picks up the clicking of my mouse, which I can't stand. I'm using a laptop, and the doggone sensor broke from my finger. I think I got it wet when I was like cleaning with rubbing alcohol on my computer. I think I effed it up. So I had to get a mouse, a remote controlled mouse to use as the clicker. And I'm about to get my supercomputer installed as well. It's going to be awesome when I can show some video clips here on the Pod Blast for YouTube and Facebook Live. That's down the stretch towards the end of 2023 is when that's going to hit. But the point is you can hear me clicking, which I know stinks. You can hear me click. Al Hardy's mic is the same way. When he doesn't kill his mic, you can hear him clicking. When we used to do the show together on a regular basis at his home studio, you hear that clicking. That's the problem with having a powerful microphone. But let's see, where was I? I want to get a little bit serious. I'm going to talk about some birthdays as we start to wind down and wrap up the show. But before that, I want to acknowledge this. Let's see if I can get this to go. Is it still there? We have to acknowledge just one fallen pop culturally significant celebrity. We'll cut the air off in the interest of good sound as we listen to this. This is Joe Harnell's music from the classic Incredible Hulk TV show. This was from specifically the season 2 premiere of the Incredible Hulk from September 1978, a 2-hour episode, Married, where David Banner traveled to Hawaii to seek a cure. And he married a character named Caroline, Dr. Caroline Fields. It was written and directed by the great Kenneth Johnson, who has been on this very show, The Nostalgic Pod Blast, a year ago. God bless him. like I've gone disco tonight, playing the disco Star Wars and now disco Incredible Hulk. I actually messed up. I'm playing the wrong clip. I wanted to play the serious end title music by John Harnell called The Lonely Man with the piano. So this is not appropriate to honor someone who passed away recently. Even though this person lived to be 96, which is a good long life, this is not appropriate. Let me just turn it down. There. I want to raise a glass to this fallen actress, talking about Phyllis Coates, who passed away back on October 11th, 2023, a day after Mark Goddard passed away. Phyllis Coates was best known for her portrayal of reporter Lois Lane in the 1951 film Superman and the Mole Men, and in the first season of the television series The Adventures of Superman, starring George Reeves. A little-known fact is that Phyllis Coates portrayed a secretary in the Patty Duke Show pilot, which was produced in early 1963, which later aired in edited form as the last season 1 episode of the Patty Duke Show, in an episode titled The Cousins, a flashback episode. Showed how the cousins met, Patty and Kathy Lane. Phyllis Coates was 96, and she was born on Saturday, January 15th, 1927 in Wichita Falls, Texas. I'm going to show you on camera, those that are watching. I've shown this before in the Nostalgic Podcast, a very popular one I did, at least in the audio platforms and on YouTube, where I featured the Patty Duke Show and talked about Patty Duke. But I'm going to show you this now. This is a 16mm film reel of the unaired pilot of the Patty Duke Show, which I got for like $50 out the door on eBay back in 2002. My gosh, doesn't seem like that long ago. I've had it over 21 years. The seller thought it was that aired version, which had already been put out on Laserdisc, so there wasn't a lot of demand for it. That's why I won it, I think, so inexpensively on eBay. He didn't know it was the unaired pilot, God bless him, a guy in the state of Illinois. Let me hold it up for the camera. Anyway, for Phyllis Coates, that wasn't a big role. It's not exactly a highlight of her career. I just thought it was noteworthy. No one talks about it. That she was a secretary at the newspaper where Patty Duke's father, Martin Lane, worked. And the unaired pilot is on YouTube. It's in pretty rough quality. It's more than watchable. But my film print is like gorgeous. Oh, and here's a correction corner. I'd mentioned when I talked about this on the Patty Duke Nostalgic Pod Blast, I said how they redid an effect. There was a very convincing effect that wasn't done in the regular series where Patty and Kathy circle each other. And I said, oh, they tried to improve it, but then you saw the matte lines. No, it's because in the background, you saw in the unaired pilot, the original actor, Mark Miller, who played Martin Lane, and the other actor who played Ross. Both those guys were recast when the show was picked up by ABC to be a regular show. So, of course, they had to redo that. In the unaired pilot, that's why it looks absolutely flawless in the unaired pilot. And that's because they spent more money on the pilot than they did in the regular show for their optical effects and split screens and such. But that was a very convincing shot of Patty and Kathy when they first meet circling around each other. Because usually it was just a split screen or a body double. Anyway, but when they redid it, it didn't look as good in the aired version. But they had to do that. And so I want to correct that. I said, oh, they tried to make the effect better and it looked worse. No, it slipped my mind. That's duh. It's because there were different actors in the background they had to address and deal with. But getting back to Phyllis Coates, God bless her. She is pretty much forgotten by most of the media until now as the original television Lois Lane. Everyone talks about Noelle Neal and, of course, Margot Kidder in Superman the movie with Christopher Reeve. That's a pet peeve of mine, by the way, when people refer to Christopher Reeve as Christopher Reeves. But it's an easy mistake for the layman to make because you had George Reeves. Isn't that interesting? George Reeves was the TV Superman and Christopher Reeve, singular, or no S, was the movie Superman. I can't believe he passed away at the age of 52. It's so horrible what happened to Christopher Reeve. It really hurts my heart. I want to play a brief clip of Phyllis Coates. I think it's only a minute long, if that, of her in character as Lois Lane from a scene. Let me cue that up real quick. And then I'm going to play a little game. Taglines. We're going to talk about some candy advertising taglines. See if you can guess a tagline. The first couple are very easy just to get your feet wet, and then it gets a little bit progressively harder. But, and then we'll talk about the nostalgic treat of the week and just acknowledge a few birthdays. Okay, here's a scene called Lois Shows Her Appreciation. Here's Phyllis Coates.
Please, Chief.
Nothing doing.
But, Chief, if you'll just let me go to Peru, I can crack this whole thing wide open.
Now, see here, young lady. I said no, and I happen to be boss around here.
Why, of course you are, Chief. That's just why I told Pan Am you'd okay my reservation.
What? You've already made your reservation? Well, I guess it's worth sending you to Peru just to get you out of my hair. Take Olson with you for protection.
But I don't need any protection.
You heard me.
Well, okay.
Are you packed?
Not yet.
Well, what are you standing around here for? Want to miss the plane?
All right. She was a good actress. Very talented. So rest in peace, Phyllis Coates. And I love the name Phyllis. That was my grandmother's name on my mom's side. Whom I miss a lot. Oh, my goodness. Time for this weekly segment. Should have had it ready for you. Shame on me. It's time for birthdays. Which everybody does, but I try to add some facts that are not so widely known about certain people that I cherry pick to acknowledge for their birthday. Happy 77th birthday to this pop culturally significant performer, Damon Wilson, who appeared in All in the Family as a guest actor in an early episode of All in the Family before co-starring in Norman Lear's other major TV hit, Sanford and Son on NBC. Damon Wilson was born on Sunday, October 13th, 1946 in Valdosta, Georgia. And Sanford and Son premiered on Friday, January 14th, 1972 on NBC. Happy birthday. And he's a religious man. He left show business to preach. Allegedly, reportedly. I don't know the man. That's just what I was told and what I believe. Let's look at some birthdays from October 14th and beyond. Usher. October was born in 1978 in Dallas, Texas. I like Usher. October 14th, 1978. Former President Dwight D. Eisenhower, 34th President of the United States, was born in 1890 on October 14th in Denison, Texas. Oh, Roger Moore. I have to do a post about him. God bless him. He passed away on May 23rd, 2017, but he was born on October 14th, 1927 in Stockwell, London, England. He's widely regarded as one of the most popular actors to play the iconic secret agent James Bond 007 in films. Roger Moore was more than just an actor. He also was well known for his humanitarian work. So much so that he was knighted in 2003 by Queen Elizabeth II for services to charity. And of course, on television, he was the Saint. And he did a great show that none of you have seen, probably, not many, called The Persuaders with Tony Curtis. A British show distributed by ITC. Great show. It didn't last long. Of course, his first James Bond film was Live and Let Die, released in 1973. Very suave. And I liked the Cannonball Run, his appearance in the Cannonball Run movies. Sir Roger Moore. And out there is an appearance he did with Johnny Carson on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson to promote Octopussy. Just the name of the movie, folks. There's a family show. I want to acknowledge Ralph Lauren. He was born October 14th, 1939 in New York, New York. I love his products. I love Polo cologne and shampoo. Gosh, I haven't used that in years. In the 80s, I love that Polo shampoo. Did you ever try that? And I like his cologne. Like I said, I'm repeating myself again. Happy heavenly birthday to Harry Anderson from the original Night Court. He passed away on April 16th, 2018, but he was born on October 14th, 1952 in Newport, Rhode Island. He's best remembered for his Emmy-nominated role as Judge Harry Stone in Night Court, and for his portrayal of Dave Barry in Dave's World. He was also a skilled magician, just like Bill Bixby was, and participated in magic shows, such as Harry Anderson's Sideshow, and he also wrote several books. Happy heavenly birthday to Harry Anderson. Oh, Cliff Richard, I like his music. He was born in India, Lucknow, India. He collaborated with Olivia Newton-John. Devil Woman was one of his songs, but he was born October 14th, 1940. The third top-selling artist in United Kingdom singles history. Cliff Richard has sold, believe it or not, over 250 million records. He charted 67 top 10 and 14 number one singles in the UK. He mostly performed with his backing band called The Shadows. I love that song, Devil Woman. He has a lot of songs I like. He redefined the rock and roll genre with singles such as Move It, which inspired the Beatles. That's a good musician. He sang Suddenly, a duet with Olivia Newton-John, too. That was another good one, I think. I mean, it's a slow song, but it's a pretty song. I only look on my list through the 50th. Greg Evigan. BJ. Billy Joe McKay and BJ and the Bear, fictional character as that trucker, went around with a primate chimpanzee named Bear after Bear Bryant, legendary coach of the Crimson Tide, Alabama college football team, University of Alabama. But in reality, Greg Evigan, actor, singer, he's a good singer too. He can sing. He was born October 14th, 1953 in South Amboy, New Jersey. He did a good stint in Columbo too, a good television movie. I like Greg Evigan. I'd love to have him on the Pod Blast, but I got to get a hold of his people, see if I can make that happen. Wouldn't that be a treat? And friend of the show, I've mentioned a couple times tonight, Steve Russo clarified to me that I've always said and thought that the masters of the 35mm masters for BJ and the Bear were destroyed in the June 2008 fire at Universal Studios in California, along with music, like some of the Elton John masters were destroyed. Now, that's true, supposedly. He said no. They just haven't gone to the trouble of going back and striking prints and digitally converting the 35mm masters from 35mm film elements of BJ and the Bear. Wonder why. And you never see it in syndication. Hell, the last time I saw it in reruns was on WWOR. I already talked about that earlier. I think in 1996 was the last time you saw BJ and the Bear on a national scale syndicated anywhere. Now, Lobo you did on RTN. I recorded all of those in 2008, but they only aired the first season of Lobo. They didn't even make it to season 2 when it moved to Atlanta, and they did a lot of second unit filming in the Atlanta, Georgia area way back in the summer of 1980, where the show left the setting of the fictional Orly County, Georgia, and rural Georgia to downtown Atlanta, Georgia, when Sheriff Lobo was supposedly promoted by the governor of the state of Georgia. Now, let's move on ahead to birthdays on October 15th. Let's see if there's anybody that really jumps out. Now, if you want a full list of birthdays that matter to you in terms of celebrity and anniversaries of record albums and movie releases, I'd recommend my buddy. I do this at the end of the show. I'm going to talk about some fine folks of nostalgia-minded, that have nostalgia-minded shows or websites or social media presences, and one is Curtis Lanclow, the Retrozest podcast and retrozest.com. and Retro Zest on Facebook. He honors, and he does great Photoshop photography. I highly recommend it. If you want to get a birthday fix each and every day of everybody, I just highlight a few. I pick and choose. I don't play favorites, but I just, and sometimes I miss some. Some slip through the cracks. I'm busy. I do the best I can. Happy heavenly birthday to Tanya Roberts, who passed away on January 4th, 2021. Remember that? When a publicist said she died and then they retracted it? No, she's alive. And then the next day, nope, she's dead. That was sad. She was on the last season of Charlie's Angels. Only one season, just like Shelley Hack the season before. She replaced Shelley Hack, Tanya Roberts did. And she was a Bond woman, Bond girl, Bond woman in View to a Kill. She was born in 1949 in the Bronx, New York, on October 15th of that year. Lee Iacocca, Allentown, Pennsylvania, November 15th, 1924. He died on July 2nd, 2019. Of course, he was the automobile executive known for developing the Ford Mustang and the Pinto, the Pinto car that we saw in Charlie's Angels. Sabrina Duncan, the character played by Kate Jackson, drove a stupid little Pinto in that show. But he was the CEO and chairman of Chrysler. He made a difference, not just in pop culture, just in reality, in life. Oh, happy birthday to Linda Lavin, who played Alice in the television version of Alice based on the Martin Scorsese-directed film that Ellen Burstyn starred in as Alice, who had already been in The Exorcist. At that point in time, by the way, a little factoid relating to Lost in Space, Mercedes McCambridge voiced I didn't want to say it, the devil, I guess. I got to say it in, Reagan possessed in the original Exorcist. And she was in a Lost in Space episode titled, Season 1, Black and White. Pretty bad episode of the Black and White episodes called The Space Croppers. But Sherry Jackson, beautiful, sexy Sherry Jackson was in that one as well. And Dr. Smith was romancing Mercedes McCambridge's character to go back to Earth, of course. Despicable character. But Linda Lavin, getting back to her, she was born on October 15th, 1937 in Portland, Maine. Not Portland, Oregon, Portland, Maine. She's recognized for her award-winning portrayal of a widow in the popular sitcom on CBS, Alice. And Linda Lavin is a familiar name on the small screen for sure, as well as Broadway. Having Russian roots, the veteran American actress also acted in a number of plays, including Broadway Bound, for which she won the Tony Award. She can sing, too, and she knows it. She was parodied on SCTV, Second City TV, in a very humorous skit by Andrea Martin, Canadian comedian, as they say. But Linda Lavin also appeared in feature films, and she was featured in cabaret shows. So happy birthday to Linda Lavin. I'm glad you're still kicking there. I like her. Happy heavenly birthday to Mario Puzo, author of The Godfather and Superman, the movie, and Superman 2. He wrote those. That's why Superman 2 was so dark in the Richard Donner shot stuff. Mario Puzo, born October 15th, 1920 in Manhattan. And, of course, he's remembered for his iconic crime novels, most notably the New York Times bestseller, The Godfather. I just said that. Which later was turned into a movie trilogy by Francis Ford Coppola. And he won, and that won Mario Puzo 2 Academy Awards for Best Screenplay. And he also wrote the screenplay. I'm repeating myself. I'm reading here on my notes for Richard Donner's Superman. See, I did it from memory, and when I do that, I repeat myself, and I've been criticized for being too repetitive. Sorry about that. I need to get on to another day here. I'm just scanning. Okay, I only do the top 50. That's just how I roll. Let's look at October 16th birthdays, because you might be listening to this on October 16th. On Fistful of Radio, or Apple, or Podbean, or Spotify, or Stitcher, or watching on YouTube. God bless you, wherever you consume the Nostalgic Pod Blast. Couldn't do it without you. By the way, on fistfulofradio.com, at the bottom, you will see a PayPal link if you want to give a tip to your host, Chance Bartels of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. I'd greatly appreciate it. We have a lot of content there, and I will share with the other talent. Let's see here. Happy having the birthday to Angela Lansbury for Murder, She Wrote. Is she gone? Hold it. I got to do a quick little search. Listen to the music, if you don't mind, while I do this. My list doesn't indicate she's deceased, but I think I recall that Angela Lansbury from Murder, She Wrote passed away. Yes, unfortunately, she passed away about a year ago on October 11th, 2022 in Los Angeles. She was born October 16th, 1925 in London, England, in the UK. And she played a key role in shaping the golden age of Hollywood, actually. She's recognized as one of the few stars from the golden age of Hollywood. And she won an honorary Oscar. In 2014, Queen Elizabeth II, who's no longer with us, obviously, appointed Angela Lansbury as a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. Pretty cool. Rest easy there, Angela Lansbury. Actor Tim Robbins had a birthday on October 16th. 1958 is when he was born, October 16th, 1958, in West Covina, California. Tim Robbins is the son of musician Gilbert Lee Robbins. Of course, he's best known, Tim Robbins is, for his performance as Andy in The Shawshank Redemption and for his Academy Award-winning role of Dave Boyle in Mystic River. He was also nominated for Academy Award for his direction in Dead Man Walking. Oh boy, happy birthday to Suzanne Summers. She was born in 1946 in San Bruno, California, October 16th, 1946. Happy birthday to you. She is of course, mega successful businesswoman as well, going back to the Thigh Master and more than just an actor. Suzanne Summers. I have Topps trading cards of Three's Company and stickers of her as well. Let's see here. This guy was interesting. He's been gone since 1983, but happy, and he was guest starred in Lost in Space. Happy heavenly birthday to Michael Conrad from Hill Street Blues. Remember he had that glass eye? Great actor. He killed himself, sadly, on November 22nd, 1983, but he was born on October 16th, 1925 in New York, New York. Great character actor. He was in a season 3 episode of Lost in Space, since we're honoring the memory of Mark Goddard tonight. Earlier in the show, that's what I led with. He was in an episode called Prisoners of Space, a very bizarre episode. And he was wearing some of the prototype makeup for Planet of the Apes. He was like an ape monster underneath all this makeup by John Chambers, who did the makeup effects, award-winning makeup for the original Planet of the Apes, which Rod Serling helped to write the screenplay for. The original Planet of the Apes, released in 1968, filmed in 1967. Happy heavenly birthday to the original Gladys Kravitz in Bewitched, Alice Pierce, who passed away of cancer in 1966 on March 3rd, 66. But she was born on October 16th, 1917 in New York, New York. What a great character actor. Oh man, Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead was born in 1947, October 16th, 1947 in San Francisco, California. What a great musician and songwriter, I think. I've been to a few Grateful Dead concerts in my time. Let's move on to October 17th birthdays. I know you're probably getting sick and tired of this background music. I apologize. It helps me stall because I didn't prepare birthdays. I wanted to go ahead and get on the air while it was still Friday the 13th, which is not now. It's Saturday the 14th as we're live, October 2023. Norm MacDonald, happy heavenly birthday to him. He was born on October 17th, 1963 He was born on October 17th, 1963 in Quebec City, Quebec, Canada. Passed away on September 14th, 2021. He began his career by writing for Roseanne Barr, in the sitcom Roseanne. Then he soared to fame as a cast member on Saturday Night Live and became famous for his deadpan style of comedy. His other ventures include the podcast Norm Macdonald Live and the shows The Norm Show and Norm Macdonald Has a Show. Happy heavenly birthday to you, sir. Didn't let the world know he was ill, and he was just gone. Terrible. Happy heavenly birthday to Rita Hayworth. She's been gone since May 14th, 1987, but she was born on October 17th, 1918 in Brooklyn, New York. And Rita Hayworth was one of the most glamorous Hollywood actresses of the 1930s and 1940s. Her filmography includes 61 films, among which the most notable ones are The Strawberry Blonde, Gilda, and CoverGirl. The personal life of Rita Hayworth, who was also known as the Love Goddess, was marked by a series of failed marriages. Happy heavenly birthday to you, ma'am. Happy heavenly birthday to Margot Kidder. On-screen Lois Lane opposite Christopher Reeve. Passed away May 13th, 2018, but she was born on October 17th, 1948 in Yellowknife, Canada. And she was also in the Amityville Horror. Talking about Halloween season as we're live, as Kathy Lutz, the wife of the character played by actor James Brolin. He was married still to Barbra Streisand. And fans of Margot Kidder loved her in the hit Broadway play The Vagina Monologues. She eventually died by suicide. I don't know if that's true. I'm just reading my list. I don't know if that's true now. She suffered from depression. That was widely reported and had some incidents that I won't get into. And I like how Richard Donner brought her back to help her out in Maverick, the movie he directed starring his actor from Lethal Weapon. God dang, he played Jesus Christ. Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson starred as Maverick, and then they had a great cameo in that movie by James Garner, the television Maverick, the Warner Brothers television show. Uh-oh. Hang on, folks. Almost done. Gotta acknowledge Evel Knievel. He was born October 17th, 1938 in Montana, in Butte, Montana, B-U-T-T-E. Passed away, sadly, on November 30th, 2007. I don't need to talk about Evel Knievel. We know all about him. He was great. Great. Gen X kids remember him very fondly. Also on the list is Montgomery Clift. He's been gone since July 23rd, 1966, but his birthday is October 17th, 1920. That'll never change. Born in Omaha, Nebraska. George Wendt was born on October 17th, 1948 in Beverly, Chicago, Illinois. Best known as Norm Peterson in Cheers, which will probably be remade. Probably revamped like Night Court was by NBC. Oh, man, I love this guy. Mike Judge. I love King of the Hill. I like his voice work. Believe it or not, he was born in Ecuador. I didn't know that. On October 17th, 1962. He's an animator, filmmaker, and Mike Judge is best known for creating the iconic animated series Beavis and Butthead on MTV. And fans, of course, like I, loved his Emmy and Annie award-winning work in King of the Hill, one of the longest-running U.S. animated series next to The Simpsons, and his Critics' Choice Award-winning work in Silicon Valley. Happy birthday to you, Mike Judge. What a talent. This guy's been gone since 1996. Howard Rollins from, best known for In the Heat of the Night, opposite Carol O'Connor. He was born in Baltimore, Maryland on October 17th, 1950. Happy heavenly birthday to you, sir. He was the only one who didn't have a terrible Southern accent in the heat of the night. Cooper, you gonna go to Sparta? It just sounded like children. Hugh O'Connor, God rest his soul, he died of drugs and suicide. Carol O'Connor's son. Man, you watch reruns on MeTV, he was doing a ridiculous Southern accent. No disrespect to the dead. Man. Happy birthday to Tom Poston. I didn't care for him. I hate to say, I don't want to be a naysayer. I just thought he was kind of a smartass. But I like his work in kinescopes, game shows and the like. I really do like his work. Like they're running on Buzzer overnight. I record it to tell the truth from the 1950s. And he was a regular panelist on the original To Tell the Truth with Bud Collyer as host. And of course he was in Newhart and other things. And I don't know, and he married, he was one of the husbands, the last husband, I think, of Suzanne Plachette. But he was born on October 17th, 1921 in Columbus, Ohio. Passed away October 30th, 2007. Tom Poston there. Poston. Oh, shoot. I stopped my music. Why'd I do that? I got to give this birthday thing a rest. This is getting ridiculous. Do I want to do October 18th? Let's just scan through October 17th. Beverly Garland, Holiday Inn in California. She was on My Three Sons. She played the character that Steve Douglas married. She passed away December 5th, 2008, but she was born October 17th, 1926 in Santa Cruz, California. She, to me, no offense, I'm going to say a bad word here, the B word, she had a resting bitch face, I thought. I don't know, family show. But she just did. She just seemed standoffish to me. And a guy can be standoffish, believe me, I'm not being a sexist pig like you hear on the radio a lot. A lot of people that are uglier than sin that think that they should belong with a young woman. It's really sick. Let's see here. Vincent Van Patten. And I'm not talking about anyone that you think I'm talking about. I'm talking about a sidekick. He's an idiot. Vincent Van Patten. Born in 1957 on October 17th in Belrose, New York. And he, of course, is the son of Dick Van Patten, who played the dad, most notably on 8 is Enough. Jerry Siegel, the co-creator of Superman. He's been gone since January 28th, 1996, but his birthday is October 17th, 1914. Oh, shucks. In Cleveland. But he, of course, when he was alive, was a legendary American comic book writer. Jerry Siegel's best-known creation was, of course, the iconic superhero Superman, which he co-created with comic artist Joe Shuster. Let's see here. Well, let's move on, and we'll just do one more day on birthdays, on October 18th birthdays. And then we're gonna play our game, taglines of candy, since it's Halloween season. And then we'll say goodnight. And I'm gonna go YouTube live, I think, too, for the YouTubers with this. A little bit of the same material. Maybe I'll change it up a little bit. But I will do a proper tribute, as I did tonight, to Mark Goddard. So that part will be pretty much verbatim. So no sense in watching the same thing twice. And if you're watching on YouTube, I just want to do this in high definition. The way I do it, I want it to look like a camcorder on YouTube I'm talking about. So I intentionally, for now anyway, I want the video to look like it was filmed on a VHS camcorder. I've said that several times, but in case you didn't hear it, that's why. It looks the way it does. A one-camera operation, low def. That's all on purpose. But that's going to be changing soon. So on October 18th, Zac Efron, I think he's a pop culturally significant performer. He was born in 1987 on October 18th in California. Let me see here. I'm trying to get rid of an ad. Jean-Claude Van Damme was born in 1960 on October 18th in Belgium. That's all I got to say about that. Chuck Berry, born in St. Louis, Missouri on October 18th, 1926. He passed away on March 18th, 2017. He's referred to as the father of rock and roll. And he was a pioneer in rock music. Not going to mention you. I'm not going to even say who I just saw. Happy heavenly birthday to Dawn Wells, America's girl next door on Gilligan's Island as Marianne Summers. Marianne Summers. She passed away on December 30th, 2020. But she was born on October 18th, 1938 in Reno, Nevada. Funny, interesting tidbit about her is Entertainment Tonight got this wrong. When she was still alive, they claimed, we're going to show for the first time some of Dawn Wells' home movies from the set of Gilligan's Island. It was actually film footage from the Invaders set. From the season after Gilligan's Island was canceled, Dawn Wells guest starred in an episode titled Dark Outpost of season 2 of Quinn Martin's The Invaders. And they're in the Vasquez Rocks, where Star Trek and a lot of other shows had shot on location. And there's a great scene with the spaceship coming down in the rocks, but she's showing Super 8 footage which has no sound. It's video only, or film only, visually seen footage in color. But the Entertainment Tonight reporter says, look at this footage from Gilligan's Island. I'm like, no. There's Andrew Prine, who was also a fellow guest star on that Invaders episode, and others, Tom Lowell and some other people. And I knew. I'm like, no, man, that's the Invaders. And Whit Bissell was in that episode too of the Invaders, who had the season before was a co-star of The Time Tunnel. But by the time season 2 of the Invaders had rolled around, ABC had canceled The Time Tunnel. They gave it a bum time slot. That's why it got canceled. Happy heavenly birthday to Peter Boyle from Young Frankenstein. He was born in 1935 on October 18th in Norristown, Pennsylvania, and he passed away on December 12th, 2006. But a lot of people, younger folks, remember him from Everybody Loves Raymond, starring Ray Romano. And that was by David Letterman's production company, Royal White Pants. Happy heavenly birthday to you, sir, Peter Boyle. God, I'm going on too long with these dang birthdays, but got to acknowledge Patton, George C. Scott, the actor from Patton. He died September 22nd, 1999, born on October 18th, 1927 in Wise, Virginia. He won that Academy Award for portraying General Patton. But he also became the first actor to reject the award, as he believed no two actors or performances could be compared. And fans loved him for his roles in A Christmas Carol, Dr. Strangelove, and Anatomy of a Murder. And, of course, Marlon Brando refused an Academy Award, too, following that trend set by George C. Scott. I don't mean any disrespect. Didn't think much of her. That's just my personal taste. Erin Moran. Happy heavenly birthday to troubled Erin Moran, best known as Joni Cunningham in Happy Days. She wasn't Joni in the Love American Style skit, Love, and the television set renamed Love and the Happy Day for syndication, which Happy Days was based upon. The network had passed on Happy Days until American Graffiti, George Lucas's epic, edited by his ex-wife Marsha Lucas, American Graffiti. Then all of a sudden the network, ABC, was interested in Happy Days and became a series, but it had been pitched before the release of American Graffiti by Universal Pictures. Erin Moran sadly died on April 22nd, 2017, but her birth date is October 18th, 1960 in Burbank, California. Joni loves Chachi. Happy birthday to Pam Dauber. Pretty Pam Dauber. Still married to the brother of the Tic Tac Girl, former spokesperson for Tic Tacs. Talking about Mark Harmon, longtime wife of Mark Harmon. And Kelly Harmon was the Tic Tac Girl, Mark Harmon's sister. But Pam Dauber, of course, is known for playing Mindy in Mork and Mindy, and she was in My Sister Sam. She was born on October 18th, 1951 in Detroit, Michigan. And Pam Dauber serves as a national spokesperson for a nonprofit organization called Big Brothers Big Sisters of America that everyone knows. I say that like you've never heard of it. Which is one of the largest and oldest youth mentoring organizations in the USA. Mike Ditka. Wow. He was born in 1939 in Carnegie, Pennsylvania. But he was born on October 18th, 1939. Happy birthday. Dick Butkus recently died. Talking about Chicago Bears legends. I liked Refrigerator Perry, too, in the 80s, but that's another story. Inger Stevens, she killed herself on October 30th, 1970. She was a Swedish-American actress born October 18th, 1934. She was in a couple classic Twilight Zone episodes, especially The Hitchhiker, which is the 10th aired episode of The Twilight Zone, doing this from memory. Not to pat myself on the back. I think she put her head in an oven, not to be morbid, when she killed herself. But beautiful, beautiful lady. And she was in one of the rare videotaped episodes of The Twilight Zone from season 2. The Lateness of the Hour was the episode title of that Twilight Zone from season 2. But her promising acting career was cut short when she committed suicide at age 35. She was also in a TV show, The Farmer's Daughter, for which she received the Golden Globe for Best TV Star, Female, in 1963. And her performance in that series also earned her an Emmy nomination in 1964. Why'd you kill yourself? I mean, get help. Don't try suicide, as Queen sang about. Don't try suicide, you're just gonna hate it. Don't try suicide, nobody gives a damn. That's on the Game album. That is a very true song. Very true. And words to live by. Don't try suicide, there's always another day. But depression is very real, and people have like chemical imbalances and all sorts of crap. I mean, I'm serious. It sounds like I'm not making light of this. It's very serious. I know a lot of you out there have people affected by suicide that committed suicide or family members. I'm being very serious. It's a serious issue. Get help. And get someone to get help if you think they might be suicidal. It's always another tomorrow. Happy heavenly birthday to Bobby Troop, father of Roan Troop from My Three Sons. She played Polly, who married the Chip Douglas character on My Three Sons. But Bobby Troop was known for acting in the Emergency Universal television series on the NBC television network. He passed away on February 7th, 1999. But he was born on October 18th, 1918. And he was a singer and songwriter. And he could play the piano, multi-talented jazz musician. Happy heavenly birthday, sir. God, there's so many. As I'm in time, this is in the future. It's probably in your past or your present. You're hearing these birthdays. I got a lot of posting to do. And I try not to post too much in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group because people get burned out. They see too much in their feed. I recognize and realize that. All right, well, we're going to wrap then on birthdays. Dare I go to October 19th? I mean, I'm going to do this next week. So why am I knocking myself out with all these birthdays? And boring the hell out of you, I might add. I'm going to scan and see if there's anybody that's a biggie with October 19th birthdays. It's nostalgic. John Lithgow, born October 19th, 1945 in Rochester, New York. Vander Holyfield. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. He was born in Alabama, though, but I consider him an Atlanta treasure, the boxer. Born October 19th, 1962. Happy birthday to you, sir. Had that ear bitten off, right? I get confused. Riddick Bowe. Okay, never mind. Scratch that from the record. Yeah, he had an ear bitten off. Riddick Bowe did it. 1993, I think it was. Happy heavenly birthday, October 19th, 1932. Robert Reed. He passed away on May 12th, 1992, sadly of AIDS, but he was born in Highland Park, Illinois. America's dad, Robert Reed. Let's see here. Wanda Page. Esther in Sanford and Son on NBC. On Esther to Lamont. Talked about him earlier. Damon Wilson, he had a birthday, turned 77 recently in October 2023. But LaWanda Page was born October 19th, 1920 in Cleveland, Ohio. She passed away on September 14th, 2002. She had a funny role in a movie called Shakes the Clown. Robin Williams was in that in an uncredited role as a mime and a mime instructor. Bobcat Goldthwait was the star of that film. It's a very bizarre comedy about clowns, rodeo clowns and street clowns and mimes. And look it up if you've never seen it. Very funny comedy, very underrated. All right, I'm going to stop with birthdays. A lot of you are probably saying, hallelujah, if you hadn't hung up, if you hadn't stopped listening at this point. Hey, I want to acknowledge Trey Agnew, who was watching live earlier. I didn't do that yet. Thank you for watching. Let me see who else here. In the Facebook feed, Facebook Live feed, who was watching and listening. Let's see. Bucky Smith, thank you, sir. Thank you for your acknowledgement and for watching for a while. I appreciate you, sir. I'll save this for next time. There was another great show which had an anniversary recently I haven't talked about as we shift gears and start to finally wind down the show. I say that, then I go for like another hour, right? Or half hour. But I didn't talk about Zorro. Oh, I should have pulled that theme, but happy... It's come and gone now. October 10th was the debut day of Zorro. And that's over 66 years ago. It debuted on Thursday, October 10th, 1957 at 8 o'clock. It was a half-hour show by Walt Disney, starring Guy Williams. Armando Catalina is his real name. Real fencer. He had fencing skills as well as acting skills and great looks. And, of course, he was Professor John Robinson on Lost in Space after Zorro. It was just a great show and a great theme song. I want to acknowledge that, and I just did. Another thing that got people excited I posted some pictures of some stickers from the Topps Charlie's Angels card series is a cop show, detective show. Card series. There were 4 series of Charlie's Angels Topps cards and 44 stickers, and I posted some of 4 of the first Angels. That would be Farrah Fawcett. And I said, who's your favorite? And Farrah got a lot of votes, but so did Jacqueline Smith as Kelly. And so did Sabrina. I was surprised that Kate Jackson did so well in the voting of the best Angel. And then, of course, Cheryl Ladd. It was almost like a tie, believe it or not, a 4-way tie. I didn't tally the votes, though. But I showed a sticker for Jacqueline Smith as Kelly, Kate Jackson as Sabrina, Cheryl Ladd as Chris with a K, Chris, and Farrah Fawcett Majors as Jill. I love Farrah Fawcett. And unfortunately, Heather Thomas broke her record for wall poster sales. We've talked about that before, but I want to drive that point home because Heather Thomas herself not only admitted that her poster sold better than Farrah, but it's the best-selling wall poster of all time of a woman. And I believe it because I saw it. I saw it everywhere. And in movies like Night of the Comet, there's a scene with a projectionist at the movie theater. He's got a Heather Thomas pink bikini hot tub poster, but I don't want to be repetitive. And so it sounds like I'm bashing Farrah Fawcett. I'm a huge fan of Farrah Fawcett, but let's face it, she was a quitter. She quit after season 1 of that hit show when it was in full swing to do movies, which, how'd that work out for her, right? She was a quitter. I say what I think, and I think she was a quitter. And I've got some of her films on 16mm film, theatrical prints. She did a movie with Charles Grodin called Sunburn, which is a strange movie, a Paramount movie. She did a movie with Kirk Douglas. Of course, she did, before she quit Charlie's Angels, I think it was filmed before production even of the first TV movie of Charlie's Angels, she did Logan's Run, the original movie. But online, I think it's just because it's not been updated. I don't think it's a conspiracy. If you Google search best-selling poster, it says Farrah Fawcett Major. That's not true. Heather Thomas beat that. So enough said on that. Enough said on that. Oh, gosh, it's time for the nostalgic treat of the week. I'm going long again. I promised Steve Russo, he asked me, how long are you going? I said about 3 hours. Let's wrap on birthdays. We got to hurry this along. And I'm going to pull a clip of a commercial for the nostalgic treat of the week, what we do is I like to highlight nostalgic foods, whether you can get them or not. Usually it's extinct nostalgic treats or foods you can't get anymore that are good or bad. And this is something that's still around, but it's somewhat rare. Let me get the ad pulled up. I don't want to give it away. Hush, hush, hush. Okay. The nostalgic treat of the week, this time, and typically a good or nasty throwback food from the 70s or 80s. And but this is something you can still find. I'm talking about this product.
Big League flavor. When you make a perfect slide. You're in the big leagues. Big League pouch. When you keep the team alive. You're in the big leagues. Big League shred. When you block a shot or two. You're in the big leagues. Big League flavor. You're into Big League Chew. Big League Chew. Fan-sized wads of great taste and shredded bubble gum stuffed into a giant Stay Fresh pouch. You're in the big leagues. Big League flavor and Big League bubble. You're into Big League Chew.
That's right, Big League Chew. Bubblegum, the shredded bubblegum, that tasted so good, and that flavor would last a long time. It would blow some big bubbles, too. I have a pouch. I meant to show for the camera. Darn it, I don't think I grabbed it. Well, I'll have to play a clip and go get it. I want to show you some Big League Chew. But Big League Chew, that commercial, by the way, is from 1982, a television spot or commercial. In layman's terms, a spot is in the business of broadcasting, whether it's radio or television. If you ever hear that term and you're not familiar with a spot, it means commercial. But Big League Chew, of course, is a bubble gum that was created by Portland Mavericks left-handed pitcher Bob Nelson and bat boy and future filmmaker Todd Field. It was then pitched to the Wrigley Company, the longtime owners of the Chicago Cubs, by fellow Maverick and former New York Yankee all-star Jim Bouton, as a healthy imitation of the tobacco chewing habit common among ball players in the 1970s. Over 1 billion pouches of Big League Chew have been sold since 1980. Big League Chew was introduced in May of 1980 in the traditional pink color already seen in established brands of bubble gum. The cartoon-style packaging, originally designed by artist Bill Mayer, comes in colors such as neon green for sour apple flavor and bright purple for the grape flavor. The original shredded R&D concept samples of the product were produced by running standard sheets of bubble gum through an office paper shredder. Todd Field, now an actor and director, was not included in the deal with the Wrigley Company, despite being involved in the early prototypes of the product Big League Chew. Currently, Big League Chew is manufactured in the U.S. by Ford Gum and Machine Company in Akron, New York, after taking over distribution rights from Wrigley and moving production from Mexico at the end of 2010. In April 2023, Nelson announced that over 1 billion pouches of Big League Chew had been sold worldwide. The original advertising slogan throughout the 1980s, which is still featured today, was, "You're in the big leagues when you're into Big League Chew," as you heard in that television commercial or spot, that jingle. It currently bills itself as the Hall of Fame bubblegum, bearing an official endorsement from the Baseball Hall of Fame. Yet Double Bubble, I believe, is the official bubblegum that you see in Major League Baseball. Remember the great Big League Chew that I just talked about? I like that. Now, here in the Atlanta, Georgia area and in the Southeast, Quick Trip gas station/convenience stores sell it, as does Cracker Barrel restaurants and Buc-ee's truck stops. Hey, a question for you. This Halloween, are you going to make caramel apples for your kids this Halloween season? I used to love to do that and eat that. Good stuff. But not good for your teeth. Make sure you brush after that. It can stick to your teeth. So, as I've said many times in the past on this show, the Nostalgic Pod Blast that you're listening to or watching, the future has not yet arrived until we have a working laser gun or a stun gun, a real stun gun, like we saw in Space 1999 and Star Trek. I'm not talking about killing force, just stunning force. The future is not here, in my opinion, until we get that. Now, I've thought about this. I think the military should have a working stun laser gun. I said before the public should have one, but then I thought long and hard about it and realized how many crimes could be aided with a stun laser gun. My gosh. I mean, all types of robberies. People could get mad when they're drinking in a bar and just zap someone and knock them out. I mean, all sorts of terrible things could be done with a laser gun. So I don't think it should ever be in the public's hands, but I think it should be in the hands of a police officer, a trained police officer, or a U.S. military personnel. Soldier or but I don't think civilians should have laser guns. That's just me. But still, I still contend until that happens, the future ain't here. It just isn't. Man, I talk too much. You talk too much. Remember the Run DMC song? Man, you never shut up. You talk too much. Man, you never shut up. Yeah, that's me. But you get more information here in the Nostalgic Pod Blast in one show than you get in most shows all month. Without a doubt. Now, let's finally play our game. And I'm going to quickly try to get that pouch of Big League Chew. You've seen it, but I want to show it for the camera. Let me do this real quick. Wish I could find a clip to play while I stall. But it's time for our tagline game. Yeah, remember that from War Games, the computer? Shall we play a game? I know that audio's low. Al Hardy has told me, he goes, your clips are low. Now on Fistful, it gets equalized. If you're listening at Fistful, you probably didn't notice much of a dip. But if you're watching on YouTube, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll just do an impression. Shall we play a game? Shall we play a game? Shall we play a game? Yes, we will. We're going to play taglines and slogans for candy and or gum. I say the tagline and I pause. You can think about what the product is. Let's start with number one. The first couple are easy. It's going to get a little bit harder as we go along. This one is so easy. I'm insulting your intelligence with this one. Here's the tagline. You got your chocolate in my peanut butter. Well, you got your peanut butter in my chocolate. Duh, that's, of course, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, obviously. Number two, another no-brainer. They melt in your mouth, not in your hand. M&M's. I'm not even going to waste your time with that. Now, here's where it gets a little more difficult. Number three. 2 for me, none for you. What candy is that? 2 for me, none for you. Or, this will give it away, it's all in the mix. And that last word rhymes with what the candy bar is called. Twix. Twix. Tagline number 4. Here's the tagline in the ad, whether it's print or on television. Isn't life juicy? I'm going to go get the... Just think on that. Isn't life juicy? Pause, pause, pause while I get the Big League Chew for the camera. Isn't life juicy? I bet you were thinking it's juicy fruit, but it's not. That was a trick question. Curveball coming at you. Isn't life juicy is actually the tagline for Starburst candies. Number 5 on the list. I'm trying to prop up this Big League Chew for the viewer in YouTube land, the YouTubers or Facebook Live. Here's the tagline, the 5th one. Don't let hunger happen to you. And have an easier tagline for that same product. Hungry? Why wait? That's obviously Snickers. Holding up a fun size Snickers. Is it really fun to get a teeny tiny little bit of candy? Maybe if you're pre-diabetic it is. But nah, fun size ain't so fun. It isn't so fun, is it? It's really not. That's like an oxymoron. Number 6. Another relatively easy one. Get the sensation. Get the sensation. That's York's Peppermint Patty, which I didn't like as a kid, but I like it now. I like that dark chocolate, and it is good. I like the full-size York Peppermint Patty. Never did before, but I like it now. Tagline number 7. A lighter way to enjoy chocolate. A lighter way to enjoy chocolate. The Three Musketeers bar. That's what that is. The Three Musketeers bar. Tagline number 8. And I have how many? 14 for you tonight. Number 8. Tagline. Makes mouths happy. Makes mouths happy. That's Twizzlers. Licorice. Never liked licorice. I could handle the cherry licorice more than the black licorice. That sounds racist. It's not meant to. I'm serious. I like the cherry Twizzlers. And what's kind of cool, someone taught me this a long time ago. You can bite off each end of Twizzler in a movie theater and put that in your drink, and it's a straw. But Twizzlers had the tagline, makes mouths happy. I'm just not a licorice person, and nothing against it if you are. It's just not for me. Tagline number 9, break out of the ordinary. That's a candy bar. I'll give you a hint. Candy bar. It's not bubble gum or anything. Break out of the ordinary. That's Nestle's Butterfinger bar. And I had more obvious ones, but that's one of several taglines to promote the Butterfinger bar. Like crispity, crunchity, buttery. That would have done it for you, wouldn't it? But I didn't really remember break out of the ordinary. I didn't want to have too many obvious ones. So I wanted to have some level of harder difficulty for you to challenge you a little bit. Challenge your brain. Get your brain firing on all thrusters there. Tagline number 10. Cleans your teeth while it cleans your breath. And it's a gum. G-U-M gum. Cleans your teeth while it cleans your breath. 4 out of 5 dentists recommend it. That's a hint. Top of my head. I'm talking about Dentyne gum, sugarless bubble gum. Or sugarless gum. Pepper. They had different varieties, including a bubble gum. But Dentyne gum usually was like spearmint or cinnamon. All right, here's tagline number 11. This one's a little bit more tricky. Taste the explosion. Boom! Taste the explosion. Give you a hint. Let's think. We've talked about this before. There was a rumor, not just on the internet, but a rumor for Gen X kids growing up that the actor who played Mikey in the Life cereal ads ate this candy and drank soda and boom, exploded and died. Horrible rumor which had no basis in reality. Well, the original rumor was space dust, which later was marketed as Pop Rocks. I've had those on the show before where I get a mouthful of Pop Rocks and put my mouth in front of the mic. You can hear it. I'll do that again sometime as we get closer to Halloween. I mean, big whoop, right? Oh, I'm just going to wait for that chance. Well, I'm so excited. But that's something I like to do in the Halloween show. I'll do that. But Taste the Explosion was the advertising tagline for Pop Rocks. Now, number 12. We're almost done. There's only 14. Tagline, blow your own bubble. Or blow your own bubble. It's kind of a nasty tagline, isn't it? Nasty as in mean. Blow your own bubble. Talking about bubble gum. Number 13 out of 14. Here's number 13. Tagline, that's rich. That's the 100 Grand bar. I like that bar, but it gets really tough. Like, don't put that in the fridge and then put it in your mouth. If it's been in your refrigerator, let that thing thaw a little bit because that will tear up your teeth. Especially if dental work or something. I mean, that center, I love the Rice Krispies on the outside, but man, that caramel gets pretty damn hard if you have it in a refrigerator or a freezer. Certainly a freezer. Don't do that with that bar. It's best at lukewarm temperature, I think. And the final, number 14. Number 14. I'm going to give you a hint. This is a a candy, not a gum, and we've already done another tagline for this. We've had this candy featured just a moment ago. Here's the tagline: break out of the ordinary. That's the Butterfinger bar again. And that reminded me of Atkinson. Remember the Atkinson? I think Butterfinger it's very similar to the Atkinson. What was that called? By Atkinson candy manufacturer, striped, but it didn't have chocolate on the outside. I forget what it's called. But that, I think, break out of the ordinary is a little tricky because you'd think it was a Kit Kat bar. Like, give me a break, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. At least I would. So there you go. Now, finally, as we sign off, this is where I like to recommend some friendly and informative and entertaining forms of nostalgia, whether it's a show or a YouTube channel or a Facebook group or page. So let's talk at first about someone named Steve Russo I mentioned tonight. Offline, I talked with this gentleman. He's in the Massachusetts area, the state of Massachusetts, and he didn't realize that the Planet of the Apes television show was released on DVD, which it was. Oh my gosh, I had it right here. Not again. I don't believe this. It's disappeared. I wanted to show it. Here it is. Oh, thank goodness I found it. Because this is the second week in a row I've tried to show it. It's sealed, but I've seen them before. But look, I mean, you can look it up online. This isn't like a big deal, Steve Russo, if you're watching out there. But I want to talk about his Facebook group in just a second. Let me see. Let me look in the monitor, see if that's on camera. Sorry, listeners. This is almost done. I just got to frame this for the camera. Yeah, it's all. Hang on a second. I've got to elevate this thing for the camera. I want Steve to see the cover. I don't know what it sells for on Amazon, because there's some DVD sets, like of all things, the DVDs for Too Close for Comfort are like listed for $200 new on Amazon. I hope that's not the case with this Planet of the Apes DVD set, but this is the complete TV series live action. There you go, front and back for Steve Russo there. Let me hold it up better. There you go. There's a little bit of a shadow. And I've never opened it. I have a lot of things I've never opened. I've got so much stuff to watch. And just one of these days, Lord willing, I'll watch this stuff. Plus, I'm a collector. I like to keep things sealed. I'm a collector weirdo. I'm just a weirdo in general. You think? But that's what it looks like, Mr. Steve Russo. So there you have it. Doggone it. Now, I want to recommend his Facebook group. It's about classic television. And he posts a lot of great information from various sources. And he's a very well-connected individual. There's a couple good Facebook groups about classic TV I want to talk about tonight. But about that Planet of the Apes show, by the way, Steve, if you're watching, and anyone that's watching or listening, I also like the cartoon of Planet of the Apes from 1975. And for a while, that was running on the now-defunct Del Rey Cable Network. I recorded all of them off that network. I'm not a big cartoon guy. I like classic cartoons. I've really been enjoying a show on MeTV called Tune In With Me, like Toonie the Tuna. And they acquired the rights to air Universal cartoons. And I'm really enjoying and I don't watch the cartoons. I usually watch, these guys introduce like Svengoolie or something. They do comedy bits, two dudes. And Bill Leff and Kevin Fleming, I think, are the talents' names. And Bill Leff is a Chicago area radio personality, and he's also a toy collector. He's going to be featured on Collector's Call, a rerun from season 2 of that program Sunday night, as we're live at 6:30 on MeTV. But God, why did I bring that up? It's my mind is I'm getting punchy, as I say. As I've gone along towards the end, I've run out of gas, and I'm starting to run out of gas. Oh, hell. Oh, yeah, the cartoon. So they acquired the rights to the Universal cartoons, which would be like Chilly Willy and Woody Woodpecker. Woody Woodpecker, I think, is the only one I'll stop and watch, because I've seen these cartoons. I just like to watch the comedy bits with these guys on camera and the things they do and impressions and recipes. They do all sorts of entertaining things. And they show toys sometimes from Bill's collection. But the Woody Woodpecker cartoon is it's so bad it's good. Like the animation is not as good as the award-winning Chuck Jones stuff for Warner Brothers and Bugs Bunny, or the MGM cartoons like Tom and Jerry or Droopy, but it's funny. It's like so bad it's good. The Lantz, L-A-N-T-Z cartoons, and it'll say cartoon, C-A-R-T-U-N-E. But I just think it's so offbeat, the Woody Woodpecker cartoon, as an adult. I don't know. I'm enjoying it, and I'm glad that MeTV picked up the Universal Cartoon Library and the rights to air them. Good stuff. But Steve Russo, his Facebook group is called the Fun World of Classic Television, specifically 1946 to 1947 to 1981 to 1982. So basically from 1946 to 1982, he doesn't like topics beyond 1982, and that's fine. But the actual Facebook group title is the Fun World of Classic Television, semicolon, 1946-47 to TO, 1981-82. And another good one is a really big Facebook group called Classic Television Shows on Facebook that's been around a while. There's a lot of repetitive stuff on there. People post the same things, but they have like 5 moderators that will like take down duplicate posts and stuff. But that is a great entertaining group, along with Steve Russo's Fun World of Classic Television. Now, here's some other recommended shows for fellow nostalgia lovers. I already talked about Curtis Lanclow of the Retrozest Show on Fistful of Radio, and it's on his website. That's where he debuts it. I wait a few days to run it on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta. Give him a chance on his platforms to debut his latest guest. And that's what he does. He interviews guests, and he has some really good guests. And he's got merchandising too, some really cool t-shirts and buttons. Just go to retrozest.com and check it out. And on Facebook, it's Retrozest. Retrozest. He has excellent audio quality, excellent guests, and fun. And that merchandise. Just go to just go to retrozest.com. Good Lord. Want to also talk about a radio show. I have a couple terrestrial radio shows about nostalgia, believe it or not. Not everything is politics and sports on the radio, believe it or not. There are some exceptions. One of them is BK on the Air, which has been around for a long time. This guy, Barry King, has been doing this since, I think, 2013 on a different station in Cartersville, Georgia. And then he switched, after that station went away, to WBHF, which has been around since 1946. It's a smaller station, 2,000 watts, but you can pick it up anywhere with TuneIn. And he, after the fact, converts it to a podcast and puts it on YouTube. And it's called BK on the Air, like Burger King. But that's his initials, Barry King. B.K. on the Air. And it's on once a week, Saturdays, 10 a.m. to noon. There's no video from those guys, which I know sucks for a lot of you, but it's a good listen. It truly is. And on YouTube, he just has like a little image, like a cartoon image of himself, but he's a good guy. I mean, I'm not knocking him for that. One day he'll probably wise up and put a camera in the studio, especially for his annual Halloween show on October 31st, which is interesting. And it's actually on Halloween. I think it falls on a Tuesday this year, 2023. And it's 3 hours long, but his regular show's 2 hours. And he's on there with a guy named Alan Sanders. And you got to check it out. It's a good show. I would recommend it. They have like strange news of the bizarre and the weird. Another radio show I want to recommend. This is a really nice guy. And this guy does do video most Sundays. He's on Sunday night. Oh, and by the way, I didn't mention the weekend there. Those are Eastern times. Eastern time, 10 a.m. to noon. Once a week on Saturday only. Geek to Me Radio is on Sunday night, live for 1 hour of fun from St. Louis, Missouri on the big station KTRS Radio. And he's on YouTube as well and Facebook Live Sunday nights at 7 Pacific, 9 Central, where he's at in his time zone, and 10 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday night. He has a lot of great guests, a lot of fun. I like him and I like his show. The host is James Enstall, and he does a lot of movie reviews. If you're into comic books, I'd recommend it. And he goes around to different shows, like different conventions, and he gets interviews with a lot of interesting people across the country. So check that out. And also check out my buddy Thrash Pondo on YouTube Sunday and some Monday evenings as well, but typically Sunday evening around 7:30 p.m. He does a nice little nostalgic trivia show. He's very interactive with his guests. And then also check out on YouTube Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. There's a married couple there. David Eon and his lovely wife do a fantastic job reviewing conventions they go to. They're going to a convention this weekend that I will not mention. I have a personal reason for not mentioning this convention. Ooh, it goes back to the Angry Girlfriend variant of Amazing Spider-Man 14, which was a comic book of mine that got trashed. And these two dudes started this convention. One of them unfortunately died. I'm not happy about that one of them died about 2 years ago. But the other one's still alive and out there perpetuating, that's what I'm trying to say, perpetuating untruths about a comic book of mine that was destroyed in 1990 by someone for no reason, unprovoked, with a magic marker, and they're trying to sell it for $100,000. So that's my beef with those guys, or that guy. One of them's gone. Just look up Angry Girlfriend variant on Google, and you'll see a Newsweek article from 2019. It's BS. We'll leave it at that. Talked about it before with Danny Cochran, friend of the show, but I'm not trying to get on a negative note. Just it still chaps my butt. But Open by Chance will be at this convention, and I can't wait to see the review. But getting back to the happy side, happy, joy. Open by Chance Toys on YouTube is a great YouTube channel. Also want to recommend Superman Homepage Live on YouTube Monday night at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time. Steve Eunice and Michael Bailey are the hosts, and it's all things Superman, not just Christopher Reeve, which they cover as well. And that's my favorite Superman. That's my favorite Superman incarnation, or the Christopher Reeve first few Superman movies. But they do a really interesting 1 hour. They keep it to a 1 hour show, just like James Enstall does on his radio show. It's a hard stop at 1 hour on YouTube, but it's consistent and it's great. And it's Superman Homepage Live. And also, here's a huge YouTube channel. I love this guy. If you haven't already heard of this guy, he has tons of subscribers, millions of views. Dave Sundstrom on YouTube. It's a nostalgia channel. He does giveaways, very interactive quizzes. He's a very nice guy out of the state of Utah. And he was just live the other night, and he produced an excellent video piece about vintage tops and Flair TV and movie bubblegum trading cards. It's a must-see. He does excellent video. He's a very nice person, but here's how you spell his name. Dave, obviously D-A-V-E, like Diamond Dave Roth of the original lead singer of Van Halen. Last name is Sundstrom. You might need help with spelling this. Just Google or go to YouTube or Google Dave Sundstrom. But I think if you go to YouTube, just enter Dave, D-A-V-E, D-A-V-E, and Sundstrom, S-U-N-S-T-R-O-M, and you'll see his fine channel, and he has excellent content. Look at Pat McCormack. His channel is Golden Rage of TV. He recently re-interviewed Loretta Swit, who played television's Hot Lips in the television version of MASH, based on the movie, the 1970 film, and many other great guests like Ruta Lee. And he's a fine interviewer, and he's a musician too. He plays the guitar. He has a great guitar version of the Alfred Hitchcock Presents theme, Twilight Zone theme, and he's won an Emmy Award for acting, a daytime Emmy Award for performing as a fictional band, rock band on General Hospital, the classic soap opera on ABC. And by the way, I contend that General Hospital's best year ever was 1981. That's when you had Elizabeth Taylor come on board. You had, I won't get into it, Luke and Laura's Wedding, which beat the ratings of The Real Wedding of Lady Di and Prince Charles in that same year. Oh my gosh, you had Blackie, that's a character name. Blackie, played by future Uncle Jesse on Full House. John Stamos joined, and Rick Springfield joined the cast of General Hospital in 1981, right when his music career was getting hot, Jesse's Girl and all that. But Pat McCormack is who we're talking about, Golden Rage of TV, who's also an alumni of General Hospital. Check it out if you're into classic TV on YouTube. Good stuff. And he's got t-shirts too, all sorts of merch. And remember, my friends, that the geek shall inherit the earth, in case you hadn't noticed what Bill Gates and Elon Musk are up to. Good or bad. But I want you to know I wish you a great week. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Go to Fistful of Radio too. If you want to give me a tip, hit that PayPal link at fistfulofradio.com. Stay safe. Have a wonderful Halloween. We'll talk before then. And about the guests I promised, the male half of this team had an issue. He had to be at Disneyland. I'm not going to mention names, but he had a real reason. But he bowed out yesterday, his agent told me, and he sent me a personal message. He was very nice, explaining that he had this thing at Disneyland that he had to do that popped up. So I understand. And before that, he had a family medical emergency. He's had legitimate reasons, but so I'm not going to say 3 strikes and you're out. I'll never do that because I understand. And he sent me a nice message. So hopefully we'll have him and his co-host on. And his friendly co-host has offered to come on solo, but I want to have them both on together. We'll just wait and see what happens with that. But God bless each and every one of you, and thanks again for being here. Steve Russo, I went 4 hours. I told you 3. My bad.